Can y'all hear me? Hold on.
Some of the people in front of the police precinct, they have created new barricades. The police precinct has barricaded themselves off with concrete barriers and fence barriers. But the people have created their own barriers at certain points because the police keep shooting projectiles into the crowd in response to.
Oh no, did I freeze? Can you hear me? Oh no, hold on, you guys. No, this live just ended about 10 minutes ago. So this was live, but as I was setting it up, the guy stopped filming because the police and stuff came out. So I don't know. Can everybody hear me? Hold on, y'all. It kicked me out of the whole. It kicked me out. Hold on, y'all. Oh. I'm trying to put it back. And it won't let me. Oh, it's always something. Hold on, y'all. Let me see if I take it down here, if I can add it on. It won't let me add it. Hold on, y'all, really quick. I'm so sorry about this. Okay. Let's see if they pulled it down. Okay.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Right here, we're in front of Gandhi Mahal, minority owned. Nothing is wrong with the windows. There's a bookstore across the street. Moon Palace Books didn't get touched. Corporate institutions are on fire. The condo, brand new condo installment. Not anymore. It's up in flames. AutoZone is done for. Wendy's is up in flames. We're here in South Minneapolis. This is Nico from Unicorn Riot. This is the community's response to George Floyd being murdered by the Minneapolis police. The police are taking video while they stand by and watch our city burn, not theirs. 5% of Minneapolis police officers live in Minneapolis. You see the check cash in place. Wow, they're all taking pictures. Again, this is a check. Check. All right. This is the AutoZone, completely gone now. This condo fire is hot. You can feel the heatness from both, all three of them, the AutoZone, Wendy's, and the condo fire. You can feel the heat right here. I'm walking up the block to it. I'm maybe 30, 40 yards away from Wendy's at the moment. There's tags on 30, 45 yards from Wendy's at the moment. There's tags on Wendy's that says good cops or dead cops. We've heard continuously, people talking about retribution, people talking about attacking back. This is a version of what the people are talking about. Again, most of these places have insurance. Wendy's for surely does. AutoZone for surely does. George Floyd can't get his life back. There's police rolling down different blocks. They're still blocked off different areas. There's still a crowd in front of the precinct. I'll bring up also, there are only a few blocks from the Wall of the Forgotten Natives that happened last year. There's another huge encampment that is only a few blocks away of houseless folks. I bring that up because last year we did cover a little bit of the houseless encampment, and this year during the coronavirus there's another big houseless encampment, and that's only a few blocks from here. These condos wouldn't house them. These condos are not for houseless folks. They're not for rentals that are going to be at a rate that they can afford. It's a symbol of neoliberal gentrification, people say. This building right here, it going in flames, means a lot to this community, it seems. But I don't want to sit here and say that this is what everybody wants. This is a reaction. What we see is a reaction from the murder of George Floyd. This Wendy's and AutoZone. The AutoZone went up first today. When the AutoZone went up, there was a ton of people in front of the police precinct. They had created new barricades. The police precinct has barricaded themselves off with concrete barriers and fence barriers. But the people have created their own barriers at certain points because the police keep shooting projectiles into the crowd in response to projectiles being thrown at them. When the AutoZone got set on fire, the police moved to move the barricades, and then actually they moved to move the barricades first, and then when the AutoZone got put on fire, they sent in fire trucks. They took over 2-3 blocks. They relinquished the control of those blocks, which is in front of us now. They had control of those blocks. They have control of those blocks. And they relinquished control because as they moved forward, each block, the people moved forward, backwards a few blocks. And so essentially what I'm saying is every time the police pressed forward, people moved. And when they were moving like water, as a lot of people would think of in terms of Hong Kong, this is, they continually just wreak havoc on different areas. Target got looted earlier today. Pawn shops have been looted. This is really hot. Like I can feel the heat in my legs, and I'm 100 yards, or maybe 200 yards away from the main fire, and it's so hot. Like, I feel like my legs are burning. I also have shorts on, so if I have pants on, I wouldn't feel like this, but it's definitely hot.
It's got to be at least 100.
Yeah, it's like 100 degrees over here. I see across the way at Target, there's still tons of people out. Still tons of people in front of the precinct. And this is a massive fire, my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's so hot. I have to zoom in to get from so far away, you know? And it's still so hot. Oof. Hey, what's up, dude? I used to live in my building, huh? Right here. Good to see you, man. You too, bro. My name is Nico. Thank you for doing this. Thank you.
Yeah, for real. All right. Welcome this morning. This is your girl, NicoleReloaded, and we loaded up with another video. Shout out to the brother, the Unicorn family, for going out in the streets and risking their lives to record this footage. You guys make sure you go follow them on Facebook. It's called Unicorn Riot Killed. Let me see. Killed by police. Protest seeks justice for George Floyd. Now, this was streaming probably about 20 to 30 minutes ago, live from Facebook. And let me see, hold on. It was sent to me by a friend. I've been following this story on my channel since it came out, posted it on my Twitter and as well as my other social media platforms as well. What has happened to George is devastating. Another devastation and another blow to the African American community. I am sharing this footage because this is news, and this is news that we need. And I know that these brothers that went out here to fight the good fight, to get out in the streets with the actual people to show what's going on, wants his footage to be shared. This video is not being monetized, and I'm not receiving any type of cash flow off of this, okay? Now, I also have 2 other videos that I did do on George Floyd that I think that are very important. I think that we need to come together and unify as people and as a community all throughout the United States of America. And we need to stand strong. And we need to fight against the violence that are happening to African Americans. Now, rioting, I don't think is a good thing, but just like the Unicorn News stated, they stated that this is a reaction. Also, shout out to my brother Chris, the Chris Law Network. Y'all definitely go over there, subscribe to him. We're both YouTubers. You have Mona Simone and the Brain Nation too as well. This footage is really, really emotional. I appreciate everybody that came by. But please make sure that you check out my other 2 videos that I did, and let's just analyze and break down this live coverage together. Let's come together. All negativity and hate, you'll be automatically blocked. I don't play that shit on my channel, okay? So we're about unification and not separation. So, hold on.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, likewise. This heat is.
I know.
And I love
watching the condo burn. Yeah. I love watching the condo burn. I'm okay with this.
Like, we deserve this. We deserve this. It's the least they can do is watch the city burn.
Hey, man. At least it keeps us warm.
Yeah. Hell yeah, man.
It's like burning my leg hairs. What the fuck? Seats and seats. Maroon just heard from his friends a year ago. Unfortunately, he got sucker punched. That was a white dude, but he actually is a white dude. That was... Right? Santiago's a rapper, a local. I was a rapper, I don't know if he raps so more anymore. They're living in the streets, dope crew, Southsiders. There's people just walking all over with expropriated goods. Tons of shit has been expropriated in these last few hours and these last couple days. It is insane. Yo, a bandage that I solely need for my arm. I just found on the seat that I'm sitting on. So that's a beautiful thing. There goes the lights. They're out for multiple blocks. Power outage.
Thanks for being out here.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that. I'm Nico.
Nico, Josh.
Josh, good to meet you.
Josh,
66 is nice to meet you.
wow.
Definitely the same side.
Earlier, I don't think it's been touched.
Thankfully, the dope is for a bunch of alarms are going off into the night.
So y'all down in the comment box, what are your thoughts about George Floyd? What are your thoughts? What What do you feel about these riots that are going on? Do you think these riots are helping anything? Do you think that they're solving any problems? I definitely know for a fact this will be something that they will never forget. And I hope to God that these officers are charged. They also went to the police officer's house, and they had so many police officers there that you couldn't even there was no way you would have been able to get to the officer that murdered George. This is really heartbreaking. Hold on, my computer is tripping. Oh, I can't get this to move. It's frozen. Mm. Okay, finally. Oh, I got them to merge. Okay. Now, also, too, what I wanted to do is play a live that a video that I uploaded yesterday that I want you guys to see. So we can definitely have a discussion. Hold on, I'm in the process of sharing screens right now. Forgive me because it is moving just a tad bit slow. And I think it just shut me down. Oh my goodness. Hello, hello. Are you guys still there? I'm so sorry about that. I don't know what the hell happened. Okay? I went to go share this darn screen, honey, and it froze. Okay. Let's see if we'll have a problem with sharing this. I know that a lot of people have been having problems with trying to share information about George Floyd. They either been shutting them down, getting them flagged, because they don't want this information to get out. And the way I feel I can make a difference is by sharing the information. And the way I feel I can make
So we want to take you back to a story that we mentioned earlier today that we've been covering out of Minneapolis, where a man is dead after being stopped by police. There was video of that. It went viral, and want to warn you, like Vlad did earlier, that it's some pretty disturbing stuff. But this entire incident has caught the attention of Amy Klobuchar as well. We want to bring in Jeff Pegues because, Jeff, you've been following this story. So it happened over the weekend. It was a holiday weekend. People, for whatever they could do, might have been out and about, and they might have missed the details of it. Can you just sort of bring us up to speed about the video and what happens in it?
Well, it happened late Monday, according to the accounts that we have. And this was an incident where police say they were called to the scene because of a forgery in progress. Not really sure at this time what exactly that means. But what we see is where the video picks up. It's caught in crossfire.
Warning: the following video contains strong language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Police officers were approaching George Floyd as a potential forgery suspect last night, and they allege that he resisted arrest. But it is now the police actions that are under scrutiny because of a video taken by a witness showing about 5 minutes of the interaction, including this controversial move where a police officer puts and compresses his knee on Floyd's neck, leading him to repeat, "I can't breathe." Now, before I show you this, let me explain how we approach these matters, because it is obviously difficult to look at anything leading into somebody's death. What we're showing here is a very short clip once, so you can have some understanding of the larger context before we turn to the expert. Here is the clip.
I can't breathe. Please, the knee in my neck. I can't breathe shit.
Bro, get in the car, man.
I will.
Get in the car.
I can't move.
Now, police acknowledge Floyd was unarmed. The FBI and state officials are now already investigating this incident. That's a day into it. If you watch our program, you may know that is much faster than many other such incidents where sometimes it takes more public pressure. Also, we want to show you the mayor separately announcing the 4 officers all involved in this particular arrest have now been fired.
Time and again, we've seen Black men die at the hands of law enforcement, or more recently, not law enforcement, for no reason. There will be an investigation conducted into the civil rights violations by the FBI. And I think that was absolutely the right call.
Most of this is at the local level of rules and laws. What can you speak to both the rules and whether they were followed and what's shown on the video?
We have to be very careful here. And that is, and this is the opportunity really to commend the response by Mayor Fry and Chief Arredondo, because what they realized and understood is that we can deal with the minutia of the specific rules and regulations as it relates to police use of force, etc. We can deal with some of the fringe areas of the law, or we could deal with what we actually saw with our own eyes and deal with this case and other cases like it on an emotional, responsible way to really address the issue at hand. Because if we have a debate or a discussion about the intricacies of police tactics, etc., then we miss the point. The point
let me jump in though and say, are you suggesting that, legal or not, your concern is the restraint being discriminatorily used on this suspect when it wouldn't be used on a similar suspect, a forgery suspect who might happen to look different?
That's part of the concern. The larger concern is that sometimes we kind of, we lose the forest for the trees, and that we have an individual here who should not be subjected to extrajudicial execution, who was subjected to extrajudicial execution. And if we don't examine some of the larger socio-political elements and issues, then we kind of miss the opportunity to prevent this from happening ever again. So we can, and respectfully, we can have discussions about the legal terminology and use of force issues here, but sometimes it's larger than even those issues. And what I found, the communities of color have found, is that when we begin to focus on those issues, we kind of lose it, because eventually there may be a federal intervention in this case, there may be some state intervention, etc. But what we want is justice, in the sense that no one should be subjected to this, and no family should have to deal with this pain, and no community should have to feel as if they are subjected to this time and time again.
Mark Claxton, thank you as always, and appreciate your expertise.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Floyd was unarmed.
Please, 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 man, please, man. Breathe. Well, you got him down, man. Let him breathe, least, man. Let him breathe. I just died in me. Man, I can't breathe my face. Just get up. What do you want? I can't breathe. Please, the knee in my dick. I can't breathe shit. Bro, get in the car, man. I will. Get in the car. I can't move. I've been waiting the whole car, man. Get in the car. Mama. Get up. Get in the car right. I can't. You gave y'all an opportunity to get in, bro. You can't win. My knee. You can't win, man. I'm through. I know you were there, you didn't listen. That's the food. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. This water or something. Please. Please. I can't breathe all the time. They will kill me. They will kill me, man. Bro, with your feet on his neck, man, you get out the
His nose is bleeding. Like, come on.
That's wrong right there with his feet on his neck.
Look at his nose.
You see your knee on his neck. Yeah, you got your feet right on his neck. He ain't even listening to rest. I cannot breathe. You just a grown, you're a tough guy. You're a tough guy, huh? You're a tough guy. You're not even resisting the rest, bro.
His whole nose is bleeding.
Why you just sit there? You ain't doing nothing. Y'all put him in the car. Don't kill me.
How long y'all gotta hold him down?
Why you want to do drugs, kids? You don't know drugs, bro.
Nah, you don't gotta put time. Right.
He is moving, bro.
His nose.
Put him in the car. We tried that for 10 minutes. That's a bum ass shit, bro. That's a bum ass shit, bro. I know that. You don't gotta sit there with your knee on his neck, bro. Bro, he ain't crying, bro. You circle like in a jiu-jitsu move, bro. You trapping his breathing right there, bro. Like, you don't think that's what it is, bro? You don't think nobody understands that shit right there, bro? I train at the academy, bro. That's some bullshit, bro. Right, that's bullshit, bro. That's bullshit, bro. You fucking stopping his breathing right there, bro. He's cracking, bro, but you can get him off the ground. You've been a bum right now. You can get him off the ground, bro. You can get him off the ground. You've been a bum right now. He enjoying that. He enjoying that shit. He enjoying that shit. He a fucking bum, bro. He enjoying that shit right now, bro. You could have fucking put him in the car right now, bro. He's not resisting arrest or nothing. You enjoying it. Look at you. Your body language explains it. You fucking bum.
It's the whites. They love
But
him.
you already know that, bro. I trained after these bum ass dudes at the academy, bro. You know that's bogus right now, bro. You know it's bogus. You can't even look at me like a man because you a bum, bro. He's not even resisting arrest right now, bro.
His nose is bleeding.
You fucking stopping his breathing right now, bro. You think that's cool? You think that's cool, though, right? What's your oh man? What's your badge number, bro? You think that's cool right now, bro?
Individual's neck with an arm or leg without applying direct pressure to the trachea or airway. The guidance notes they shall not be used against subjects who are passively resisting. Acknowledge Floyd was unarmed.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
You think that's cool though, bro? You're a bum, bro. You're a bum for that. You're a bum for that, bro. You get mad. You just sitting there stopping his breathing right now. He's about to go out right now, bro.
Look at him.
Get
off him! What the fuck? He got made. He got made. He cannot breathe. Get over here. No, first of all.
Bro, look, well, you can check on him. He's not responsive right now.
Look at him.
He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive right now, bro. No, bro, look at him. He's not responsive right now, bro. Bro, are you serious? You gonna just let him sit there with that on his neck, bro? Is he breathing right now? Check his pulse. Check his pulse. Check his pulse, Kyle. Kyle, check his pulse. Kyle, check his pulse, bro. Bro, check his pulse, bro. You bogus, bro. You bogus. Don't do drugs, bro. What is that? What do you think that is? You call when he doing okay? You call when he doing okay. You call what you doing. You call when he doing okay, bro. Bro, you call. You think that's okay? Check his pulse. Kyle, check his pulse. Check. The man ain't moved yet, bro. The man ain't moved yet, bro. Bro, you're a bum, bro. You're a bum. Bro, you're definitely a bum, bro. Check the pulse. Bro, he has not moved, not one time. He's off stopping now. But yeah, bro, go back in the store, bro. You don't understand, bro. Okay, that's cool. Go back in the store, bro. Go back in the store, bro. He's not fucking moving. I see that, bro. I'm trying to help y'all out, bro. You don't need to help me out, bro. I know your parents. I know everybody that owns the store. You don't need to help me the fuck out, bro. He's not fucking moving right now, bro.
I saw that, man.
Bro, he was just moving when I walked up here.
Yeah, I know. They did that.
You just got out. You just got back out here, bro.
I've been watching it the
bro.
whole time.
You just got back out here, bro. He doesn't have it, bro. He's not fucking moving.
No, did they fucking kill him,
bro?
They
What is you, 1087, bro? You're a bum, bro. Or 987, bro? You're a bum. First thing you want to grab is your mace because you're scared, bro. Scared of fucking minorities, you're fucking bum, bro. Like, bro, 3 minutes, bro. Bro, he's not fucking moving. Bro, he's not even fucking moving. Get off of his fucking neck, bro. Get off of his neck. Yeah, get back on the street. Are you serious? Bro, are you serious? And you gonna keep your thing on the neck? Yeah, I bet. Bro, I dare you touch me like that, bro. I swear I'll try to fuck out of both of y'all.
I didn't want to talk to him.
Bro, you just gonna let him keep his hand on his neck, bro? You're a bitch, bro. How you gonna let him keep that like that? You gonna let him kill that man in front of you, bro? Huh? Bro, he's not even fucking moving right now, bro. He's not even fucking moving, bro. You're not gonna help us, bro.
Right, he's black. They don't care. If it ain't their people, they don't care, bro.
You gonna just sit there with your knee on his neck, bro? You're a real man for that, bro. He ain't handcuffed, bro.
Fuck.
So what? Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech, bro. Don't touch him. I got this all on camera. Watch out.
Don't touch me.
You touched him. You went to him. So shut up. You went to him. Y'all always trying to start something.
Bro, don't ever touch me, bro. I ain't said a word having that thing. Like, he's bogus, bro. He's damn near dead, bro. He's fucking dead, bro.
Hey, focus, Trevor.
How you know that, bro?
You see him be down.
How you know that, bro?
What's that badge number?
You know that, bro.
Oh, okay.
You know that, bro. Crazy, bro.
Him too.
We could at least lifted him up off the ground, bro. We wouldn't even have tripped.
Come on, come back. It's almost over, y'all. YouTube be hating on a sister. Let me stop it and bring it back.
Yeah, bro,
Y'all just really just killed that man.
You just really killed that man.
I'm live right now. I'm live right now. I'm live right now. All right, bye. Okay, now that video that I just shared with you guys is the video of George. Oh man, it's heartbreaking. Of George Floyd, and it's very emotional for me to watch. Really, really emotional. So hold on really quick so I can set you guys up with another video.
I take these journeys, they tear my system down, try so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone, anxiety. It keeps me on the edge, close to jumping off this ledge. I sit back to clear my head since you've been gone. These alleys, they tear my system down. Try so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone, spaced out. Staring at the ceiling, on top of my demons. Asking for a reason why I feel the way I feel. From the one who cheated on me, settled down on me. I like to keep what I say from my style. Now I try so hard to stay medicated so I don't have to face the wrong life. I take these silence, they set my system down, try so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone, anxiety. It keeps me on the edge, close to jumping off this ledge. I sit back to clear my head. Since you've been gone, these silence, that is my system. So hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone. Anxiety, it keeps me on the ledge. Jumping off this ledge. It's hard to clear my head. crying alone. Anxiety, it keeps me on the edge, close to jumping off this ledge. I sit back to clear my head since you've been gone. Beside me, they tear my system down. Tried so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone. Spaced out, staring at the ceiling, talking to my demons. Asking for a reason why I feel the way I'm feeling. If I'm the one who cheated on the sex without no meaning, I like to keep what I say for my style beat. Now I try so hard to stay medicated so I don't have to face the wrong road. I take these silence, they tear my system down. Tried so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone. Anxiety, it keeps me on the edge, jumping off this ledge. I sit back to clear my head since you've been gone. These silence, they tear my system down. So hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone. Silence, it keeps me on the edge, jumping off this ledge. Sit back to clear my head since you've been gone. I try so hard to stay medicated so I don't have to face the wrong I've done to you. I take these let the music take over, fill your mind. Listen closely to the voices deep inside. Hear them cry out symphonies inside. Sweet goodbye, red sky. Let the music take over, fill your mind. Listen closely to the voices deep inside. Hear them cry out symphonies and lullaby. Sweet goodbye. Follow my voice, you control. Wake up now that you know it. Can't you see it? Feeling this power.
Suffocated during attempted arrest. Officers in riot gear fired tear gas while protesters threw rocks and chanted, "I can't breathe," echoing what 46-year-old George Floyd, that's his name, told police before he died repeatedly Monday night. The photos from the scene show people using milk to wash the tear gas. from their faces.
George Floyd's arrest can be seen on a 10-minute video. It shows a white officer using his knee to pin down Floyd's neck. 4 officers have been fired for this incident, and the city's mayor says, quote, being black in America should not be a death sentence. Jeff Begaze is in Minneapolis for us, where he spoke to members of Floyd's family. Jeff, good morning. You also saw last night's protests. What were they like?
Yeah, well, they were peaceful to start, but they quickly escalated into violence. Behind me, you can see the growing memorial to George Floyd. It's right next to that bus stop where that cell phone camera captured his arrest and the last moments of his life. About that protest, they were right here at the scene where the arrest occurred, but as they started moving downtown, the crowd started getting rowdy as they got closer to the police precinct where they believe the fired 4 officers worked. This was the chaotic scene in downtown Minneapolis last night. Hundreds of protesters clashing with police over the death of George Floyd. Tear gas and smoke filled the air, with some officers using rubber bullets to break up the growing crowd. Earlier in the evening, chants for justice rang out at the site where Floyd was killed. The protest followed Floyd's death on Monday night. A white police officer pressed his knee into Floyd's neck for more than 7 minutes as the 46-year-old pleaded for help with his hands cuffed behind his back before his body went still.
Oh my God.
And they were doing what cops normally do these days. You know, just kill black folks.
Last night, we spoke to Rodney and Philanese Floyd, George's brothers, and Tara Brown, his cousin.
You don't believe when they say that he was resisting and that's what sort of got this chain of events?
You have eyes, I have eyes. There's no need to believe what they say. You can see what you saw. And I saw, and the whole nation saw, the country saw, and every person, black person in America saw the same thing. Because it don't happen to nobody else.
Police claim Floyd was a suspect in a forgery case at a deli, and that he had physically resisted officers. But new surveillance video obtained by CBS News from a restaurant nearby shows officers calmly detaining him. Attorney Benjamin Crump is representing Floyd's family.
He was handcuffed long before they took him to that car. And you can see his demeanor from the security video. They did not have to use this excessive lethal force that killed George Floyd. They did not have to do it, and that's why simply terminating them is not enough, because Black Lives Matter.
We need to see justice happen. In this case, this was clearly murder. We want to see them arrested. We want to see them charged. We want to see them convicted for what they did. He did not deserve what happened to him.
No justice, no peace.
I don't want the protest to just be for show. I want to see action. I want to see these people pay for what they did. We need to hold them accountable.
I see you wiping tears from your eyes. What's running through your mind right now when you're, just going through this?
Just thinking about how amazing my brother was. He never did anything to nobody. Everybody loved my brother. I just don't understand why people want to hurt people, kill people. They didn't have to do that to my brother. Hearing him holler over and over, he can't breathe, he can't breathe. Nobody don't want to hear that.
We took a look at the Minneapolis Police Training Manual, and it says that neck restraints are only allowed if a suspect is resisting an officer's actions, and it is only allowed as a non-deadly hold if it's not restricting an airway. And so a team of local and federal prosecutors will have to decide if the officer's actions here on Monday were justified for a criminal prosecution. Gail.
It's still, Jeff, very difficult to look at that tape. I think one of the things that's so upsetting is that a black man's encounter with police can go from 0 to death in a nanosecond. I think that's what's so on everybody's mind when we look at that video. But I'm curious about the actions of the mayor there. You know, he was clearly upset during that news conference. How unusual is it that action is taken so quickly? When I heard the news that the officers had been fired in the afternoon, normally there's an investigation. We have to look at the tapes. We have to interview witnesses. How unusual is this to happen this way?
Well, you know, we've done a lot of work on this, and it's fair to say that the city took swift action here. But the reality is, post-Ferguson, a lot has changed in policing, and what they have learned is that in situations like these, where you have this cell phone video, as dramatic and as troubling as it is, you have to take action, or else it could lead to unrest in a community. And so when you saw the police department move quickly to fire the officers involved and the mayor's statement, these are lessons that have been learned post-Ferguson. Gail?
All right, Jeff, thank you very much. George Floyd's death has brought an outpouring of support for him across the country. In Chicago, protesters marched to express their outrage. Chance the Rapper helped organize that event, and other well-known figures spoke out on social media. Presumptive Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden tweeted that Floyd's family deserves justice and called for police to be, quote, held responsible for their egregious actions. On Instagram, former NBA player Steven Jackson remembered a longtime friend who he considered to be family.
Floyd was my brother, man. We called each other twin, bro. Everybody know me and Floyd called each other twin. My boy was doing what he's supposed to do, man. Y'all go and kill my brother, man.
Oh my God.
Steven Jackson said he was heading to Minnesota to do whatever he could do to help.
This is heartbreaking. Straight heartbreaking. Hold on real quick.
I gotta get rich before I die, focused on the music. This is me and my uncle, my grandmother first meet one of my brothers. We pistol back and spin they block because they steady chatting. Talking shit on the blue apple, boy, I'm about that action. We riding pretty deep in the pond and yeah, I keep going faster. We steady spinning like a hurricane, this a disaster. I'm on your ass in the fast and I told you to catch it. There ain't no pass, my dog's official, I ain't talking catch up. You could get what up on your block just for disrespecting. We at the Amazon. I ain't never losing. And now I'm so caught spin, but they don't never do shit. I'm in these streets, this shit is real, and I ain't big to choosing. I gotta get rich before I die, I'm focused on the music. I got it on me if you want it, bitch, I shoot the kill. Shot in the head, knock off his dress, this shit is getting rough. Cops on my ass, can't get caught now, I gotta get a milk. Remember
Black Rainbow made me handle some deals. I cannot get caught now cause I gotta get out the street. Make sure my family eat. Make sure the gang eat. I never turn talk cause I don't fuck with the police. I ain't been nothing so I had to flex up on the ass. I need a bag, I rob your pockets cause I need it fast. Gotta give me a bag, gotta give me a check. Diamond so close, I flex on my neck. I don't care who you are, just don't disrespect. We up in them bitches, fuck you in your set. I've been out there for a long time trying to give me $1. You my we never stop. We ain't never have it easy. We came from the bottom. I grabbed my stuff, walked out the house, which I'm from my dad. He be on the floor, I told it, so I told him talk less. I just get down on my knees and thank God, I'm blessed. I'm getting paid for the rock the set. Whatever shirt you gonna get wet. I'm pulling out, just know I got next. I'm ready to soft like the next. And I swear that I'm a real one, I ain't never losing. And now I'm so kind of step, but they don't never do shit. I'm shit, this shit is real, and I ain't pick the team. I gotta give it.
Do you remember?
I think 28th, 29th.
Yeah, in like Mini Hallmark or something.
Yeah, it's on 31st.
Right over there.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
They got that second building.
Hey, I appreciate y'all for being here. You know, for real. Like,
Appreciate that.
we need an alternative media because the media is already spewing and saying that the protesters are the ones who are coming out here. But really, it's the police. We need to abolish the police. This is not more about convictions or indictment. This is about abolition. And if that's not where we're at this moment, then this is a waste of time. The police are not our friends. Okay? Mass incarceration and the police are just holding white supremacy. This is not okay. None of this. Unfortunately,
Betty, man. Put the camera on that. Yeah. It's UnicoreReloaded.ninja.
Hey man.
UnicoreReloaded.ninja is our website.
Rest in peace, George, man. Rest in peace, George. Things can be fucking replaced. Things can be replaced. A lot of men. George Floyd, Big Floyd was fucking murdered. This is gonna keep happening until something fucking changes. This shit will be replaced in a fucking year. He's still gonna be gone. Rest in peace.
Put the team on my back. I think it out for the family. Everyone think they can rap. Nobody ever gonna challenge me. Starting my week on a Sunday. If then they can make it a one day. I just been ready to take off. Running my turn on the runway. Never be turning around. Never be turning around. Hey, never be slowing it down. Never be slowing it down. Hey, I keep my foot on the gas. I keep my foot on the gas. Hey, I know I'm never gonna crash. I know I'm never gonna crash. Hey,
Never be turning around, never be turning around, ayy. Never be slowing it down, never be slowing it down, ayy. Keep my foot on the gas, I keep my foot on the gas, ayy. I know I'm never gonna crash, I know I'm never gonna crash, ayy. Everyone
It's a car show now. Look at this. It's fucking funny. Talk about it, talk about it.
Tell them motherfuckers to quit fucking on the niggas, man, and quit playing the motherfucking games, man. We ain't having that shit no more. We've been asking, praying, begging on our hands and knees, and motherfuckers still don't respect us. Want to treat a motherfucker like an animal, then when they turn into animals, don't want to have a motherfucking problem with it. Motherfuckers is a product of what you make them. You know what I'm saying? This ain't for us. You know what I'm saying? We people too. You know what I'm saying? The man crying for his mother, begging on his hands, you know, crying. I can't breathe. Can't breathe. You know what I'm saying? I can't breathe. Motherfucker, like when they shot Tarcell Nelson in his motherfucking back. You know what I'm saying? Been doing that pussy ass shit, nigga. And motherfuckers is finna play with you now. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers about to get in your ass, nigga. You trying to pray, get underneath, pray, and turn the other cheek, nigga. Fuck that. If a motherfucker, if one of you motherfuckers with a grab him, his partner standing right there. He could have said, no, that's too much. No, that's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? If I go in the house and I kill a motherfucker, even though he's sitting in the car, he's going to jail too for accessory after the fact. You know what I'm saying? Everybody needs to go to jail. You know what I'm saying? Fuck all that, man. But I'm done with it. Niggas are tearing this shit up. All right, homie, be easy, man.
You too, man. Listen, bro.
Riot. Unicorn Riot. My mom probably watching this shit. Hey, mom, I love you. And we out here doing the shit what's right. And killing us black folks like a goddamn right.
Yep.
Unicorn Riot.
Yep.
We gotta come together as one. It's sad what happened to him. The whole town out here showing out for him. It's good. R.I.P. George Floyd. They set it on flyer over here. You see, everybody's out here together. It doesn't matter what time. We're all out here. Love.
You the news yesterday?
Yes, you know how we do. That ain't Felicia from Burnsville, y'all. Come on, show your love for us.
Thank you.
What's your show?
UnicornRiot.ninja is our website. Unicorn Riot is our organization name. Here's your call. You're live right now.
ready to take off. When if I try to run away, never be turning around. Never be slowing it down, never be slowing it down. Keep my foot on the gas, keep my foot on the
Man, listen, man. We out here from Georgia. We out here for real. Black Lives Matter. That's what
MPDK, I'm here. We activate MPLS for real. It's tatted on us.
It's with us. It's for life.
It's for life. We're standing by shit. We gonna go out and do our shit at the end of the day.
Hey, y'all Team Young, how is this for the youth coming out here feeling this and seeing this?
See, it hurts and it's like, it's real messed up, bro. It hurts, man. For me being 20 years old, having a kid, being in the streets, getting shot, etc., and coming to see this still happen as before I was even born, and actually witnessing the stories that they were used to tell us as youth, and it's still accelerating. It's not dying down, it's not none of that, it's still accelerating.
It's as in if the stories are about a lot of things it should be because American will this needs to be away from everybody. Yeah, I hope it is. It is. Your life.
Sure. Appreciate it.
Yo.
Stay safe out here.
Get ready to take off.
I say it's a car show. It's a car show. It's like a reopen Liberate Minnesota car show. Cats are out here looking for justice for George Floyd. You hear the consistent negative thoughts about the society, the situation that folks are living in. About anti-blackness, about white supremacy, about capitalism, about police terror. It's just about everything, man. For the last 2 nights.
I try so hard to stay ready.
I'm here in LA, Los Angeles, which is funny because we heard 2 references to violent things in Los Angeles earlier. LA is smacked in pop violence from what I hear, possibly in solidarity with George Floyd and the protests here in Minneapolis. We saw what's happening earlier. 2018 France, 2019 Hong Kong and Chile, 2020 Minneapolis. That's where we're at. We have uprisings right here. The biggest one of the year in America so far. Possibly the biggest one in a few years. I think there's other places that have had massive turnouts like this. Hence like Ferguson and such. But this is something I've never seen. This is a sustained uprising for over 2 days now, and all over the city. Like it's not just these blocks. It's not just a few blocks. It's uptown. It's downtown. The people are wrecking shit. It's not outside agitators, as some people say. The street in front of actually, all these not for anyone? Oh no, that's all these there is the building that we're living in. Yeah, we're filming. Oh shit! Yeah, we're on YouTube, Facebook, and a few other places. Watch the first video. Okay. Appreciate that. No, tonight I was here at like 7, but I was basically privy to everything that was happening. I was working on the street, nobody here, but yeah. I even stretched all the way uptown and some other places. Yeah, we came from like southwest Minneapolis. How was it like down there? Right when you get off Calhoun into uptown, it's pretty good. Was there smashes going on? Really? It's good. Yeah, the Wendy's is gone. Arizona's gone. And Metro PCS on 30th and Blake. And then Walgreens I heard got lit up on 31st and Blake. Not yet, because I heard that as well. I think people calling for it.
Hey, what's up? You're listening to your girl Nicole Reloaded, and we loaded up with another video. Shout out to the Unicorn Riot for catching this live as it was happening down in Minneapolis. He stated that CVS and AutoZone was destroyed. Praise God that these businesses do have insurances, but George only had one life. And I really wonder, is George passing actually going to make a difference? Are we going to see any change from this? Are we going to see the same crap over and over again? What are you going to do to make a difference? Be kinder to someone? Like I asked in the previous video that I did about Doja Cat. No, not Doja Cat. I truly apologize. Not that one. But you can also check out those last 5 videos I did about Doja Cat. That was a shameless plug for my channel. But what I was going to say is the video that I did about, what's that lady's name? Karen? No, Amy. Amy. The lady with the dog at the park. Messing with Christopher as he's a birder, a bird watcher. And this lady comes up and threatens him all because he asked her to put a leash onto her dog. And she calls the cops and states that she was going to tell the cops that this black man was harassing her and her dog. Like she totally had a full meltdown. Now, if the police would have came out to that, would Christopher, the bird watcher, be dead? Would he be dead?
Chaos and destruction in Minneapolis tonight as police officers and protesters clash over a man's death. Thanks for watching WCCO, also streaming on CBS and Minnesota.
The outrage began with a video showing police arresting 46-year-old George Floyd in South Minneapolis last night. In the video, you can see an officer kneeling on Floyd's neck, pinning him to the ground outside Cup Foods on Chicago and East 38th Street. Floyd died a short time later. Today, hundreds flooded the streets at that same intersection to protest Floyd's death. They then marched to the police station where the officers who arrested Floyd worked. Our team coverage begins tonight with Jeff Wagner. He joins us now from outside the Minneapolis Police 3rd Precinct, where a crowd is still gathered. Jeff?
Yeah, this crowd, I want to say comparative to about an hour ago, it's calmed down a bit, but then next thing you know, you start to hear the sound of tear gas being fired, flashbangs being fired. We've had what believes to be rubber bullets of sorts fly not far from us, hearing people get hit. There's still hundreds of people here who are actually standing right by the 3rd Precinct, right next to the officers. It's been a pretty chaotic scene starting about 6 p.m. tonight. A far cry from what it was earlier. Now, this all started at the intersection of 38th and Chicago. Thousands packed the area for the protest at 5 o'clock, but we're also spread out to remain socially distant. Organizers emphasized keeping this protest peaceful. People took turns sharing their frustrations and grief with the crowd. Chants of "I can't breathe" and "It could have been me" filled the air. A man who claims to have been one of the witnesses of Floyd's arrest also addressed the crowd. Protesters were glad to know that the 4 officers involved were fired, but they say the true justice won't be served until there's charges and a conviction.
When you look at situations, you say to yourself, could this have been prevented? And that goes without saying in regards to this situation. That young man was no longer a threat once you subdued him, handcuffed him, and you had your knee on his neck. You could have very easily got up, put him in the car like you was asked to on several occasions.
It's heartbreak. I mean, we're all human beings, and we're all in this community together. And it's tough to see someone have their life ended the way it did.
Now, around 6 p.m., the protest turned into a march towards the 3rd precinct, where it is believed that the officers worked. A much smaller group than the initial protest started vandalizing the building, shattering a window, spray painting squad cars on the side of the building. Officers then showed up in riot gear and started firing tear gas and flashbangs, which you can hear going off right now. As many protesters were hurling rocks, water bottles, anything they could get their hands on towards the officers. The unruly crowd measured in hundreds, a far cry from the peaceful group that started the protest.
It's real ugly. The police have to understand that, you know, this the climate they have created.
It appears we have a long night ahead of us. Again, every few seconds when it gets quiet, you suddenly hear the sounds of flashbangs and tear gas being fired in the crowd. You're looking at it right now. You're watching the crowd disperse. It appears someone might have been shot with one of those rubber paint bullets. People are very upset tonight. I spoke on the phone a few minutes ago with Trey Pollard. He's one of the sound bites you heard earlier. He's one of the organizers of the initial protest. He said this is not what was supposed to happen. He said this is an anger and spillover of what people are feeling, but this is not the right platform to express that. He said this is not the way it was supposed to end this evening. An evening that's far from finished again.
I truly apologize about the echo. I didn't realize. See, when you screen share the audio on StreamYards, you would think that the system would automatically, blend everything together. So I truly apologize for that. I got another live that I wanted to share with you guys that ended what she streamed for about 5 hours. I'm just going to show y'all a few clips from that. Make sure that you guys like, share, and subscribe. If you're willing to fall, if you're willing not to stand up for something, you know that you'll fall for anything, right? Okay. So, girl, it's probably, thank you, baby girl. Please make sure that you subscribe. I'm also on YouTube. Shout out to all the Periscope watchers, and thank you for your support. I'm here as an African-American female and mother that is, I can't get out there in Minneapolis and fight, but I do have a YouTube channel and I do have a voice. I do have a voice. And I'm going to utilize this voice on my platform, Nicole Reloaded, Nicole Reloaded Returns, and So Ready for Love on Twitter. Let me make sure she didn't take her volume off.
Oh, I was wrong. That's not a car. That's one of those police surveillance cameras. That's the base of it, probably the generator and whatever they use to power it. Now that I see it all tipped over, and that's one of those police surveillance cameras, the one that has the big long pole with the camera at the top that they just kind of park all over in Minneapolis. That's what that is. Not a car. I saw wheels and metal. I thought it was a car. Whoa, he just wiped out really bad on his bike there. Don't do drugs. You're doing crazy stuff at a riot. Fall down. Let's go right here. He wiped out hardcore. I'm sorry, that was kind of funny. All right, there's Cub. Got smoke pouring out of Cub. Yep, Cub's on fire. Target's on fire. AutoZone is on fire. Countless other businesses are on fire, too. I saw quite a few of them driving over here.
They're burning the fucking building down. That's a brand new development.
FTP is spray painted everywhere. People are going in and out of broken windows, not even using the door. That's Target again. It gets worse every single time I go by here. They're adding more and more stuff to the fire. Oh boy. That was an explosion. I'm not going over there. What was that? Oh, more explosions.
Oh, shit!
Another explosion. I'm not gonna get close to these fires now that there's all these explosions. That's what Zoom is for.
That was good. That was good. Good. I just need one more. Right? No, I want more. No, one more. Trust me, please. One more. I swear, just one more.
Right in the middle of the shit. Real deal, Minneapolis riots. In response to George Floyd's murder. Killed by Minneapolis police on Memorial Day. And those police still haven't been arrested. That's why this is happening. There goes Unicorn Riot. Bang that shit. Explosion at AutoZone. That's been on fire for at least a couple hours now. Kitty corner from the police station. It wasn't really possible to drive around here anymore, so I decided to go on foot. Where are you guys watching from? How do you feel about this? How do you feel about George Floyd's murder? What do you think they should do to the police that murdered George Floyd? I don't care which side you're on. I want to see your comments. You should be on the right side, though. I don't condone violence. I don't condone breaking the law. I don't condone the vandalism, honestly, but I'm here as a citizen reporter. I'm not a rioter. So you can see this firsthand. You don't have to wait for Channel 9. You don't have to wait for Channel 5. You can watch it right here. Live and in person, unedited.
Let that motherfucker burn! Let it burn!
They're chanting, "I can't breathe," because that's what George Floyd said before he was unconscious, and then he died. That cop wouldn't get his knee off his neck, even after he lay unconscious. He kept his knee on his neck for several minutes. Even when the ambulance arrived, he still kept his knee on his neck. That was wrong. I normally support police, but you know what? Police are human, and some humans are evil.
You can't even keep eye contact, bad boy. I fear God.
Let's see. I can't even count how many cops there are. There's at least 50 of them. They all say state patrol on their vest. They got batons, riot gear.
Say I can't breathe before they did. Before they got up.
Abuse of power.
You can fix the problem. You are the solution. But do you do it? Why don't you do it?
Arrest the murderers!
Brothers and sisters that do wrong. Why don't you? Because you're scared that they're gonna hurt you? That seems like some weak shit to me. Why would you be scared of your brothers and sisters that are supposed to help you? Help us. You are employed to help us. Nothing more. Why do you kill us? You hear this shit?
Justice for George Floyd! Justice for George Floyd! And I'll fight, baby! Justice for George Floyd! I'm standing! I'm standing! Okay? R.I.P. George Floyd!
More explosions. I know it's probably hard to see. It's dark out, obviously. We got the street lights. We got the fires lighting it up. Let's take a little walk down the street here. See what else we got going on. I know yesterday they busted out the windows at the police station. Trying to hold steady here, guys. Not easy while you're walking, though.
Love you, babe.
Every single building is trashed. That's GM Tobacco. It's inside of the tobacco store. It's trashed. Trashed and looted. Everything's knocked over. Oh my God.
How are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you, brother. These are all bike cops over here. Then they got the street blocked off down the street. We're at 27th and Lake Street right now over South Side. They're just watching all this shit burn. I've never seen this much destruction in my entire life. It looks like a war zone out here. The city will never be the same. There's no fire department anywhere in sight, so I'm hoping all these buildings were empty before they got lit up. There's really no way to know.
Hey, what's up? This is your girl, Nicole Reloaded. And what we're looking at is live streams that previously were recorded, probably a couple of hours ago for some ended about an hour and a half ago. There's been a lot of destruction. And now with the recent update, there actually has been people that were killed from what the news is stating. So I am really disheartened to hear that more people are dying.
The early morning, the riots meant to bring justice to George Floyd's death have left another person shot and killed while chaos reigns over the city.
Jason, we have seen a whole lot of fires, violence, rioting. We will let you know and show you what we've been following overnight.
We are so glad that you are watching us here on WCCO, also streaming on CBSN Minnesota, but a dark morning for this state, for this city. The last 12 hours of protests for George Floyd have made a chaotic turn, and this morning several parts of the city are on fire. It's happening right now. Feels like the anger is only growing. Protests have turned from very peaceful to very panicked and violent as riots in the city escalate. Breaking overnight, we learned at least one person has been killed during the riots. Police say he was found shot lying on the sidewalk of Lake Street. Officers were able to get to him. This reportedly happening outside or inside a pawn shop in this area. But that man later died at the hospital. Much of the area between South Minneapolis and Uptown is in ruins right now. This is a live look down Lake Street, which has been sort of the epicenter of this activity. Our crews are headed towards Chicago Avenue. But Lake in Minnehaha has been a focal point for sure. Looting at a Target, fires all over the place, and fires burning in some places right now. Let's get to Christian Cordero, who's live in our newsroom, monitoring the latest developments as they come in from all over the city overnight. Christian.
Well, Jason, we're inside right now to protect our own safety as our crews throughout the night witnessed so much chaos. Several buildings are on fire. Local businesses have been robbed. One person, as you heard Jason say, was shot dead at Lake in Bloomington, which for context is about a mile from the 3rd precinct, where so much of this anger is focused. This is Skycam video we want to show you of that massive fire overlooking the area near Lake Street and 26th Avenue South. Several reports suggest that it was an affordable housing complex under construction. It has been burning for hours. We've heard from people saying that they could feel the radiant heat from blocks away. The riots have spread throughout the city, though. Our photographer Joel Thurston shot this video overnight of people looting in and around Calhoun Square in Uptown, one of several places broken into overnight, including the Target on Lake and Minnehaha. Earlier, Minneapolis Police Chief Madera Arredondo, who you just saw, spoke with us about the looting, urging peace.
We really cannot tolerate criminal behavior that really threatens the safety and well-being of others out there, as well as the men and women who are trying to keep the peace out there.
We have heard from several other businesses that are either on fire or getting broken into. Of course, Jason, we have a whole lot going on right now, and we'll keep you updated as we hear it.
Okay, Christian Cordero, thank you. We know that rioters have destroyed many businesses right along Lake Street, working their way into Uptown overnight. Some of the major ones we know about, an AutoZone went up in flames. Cub Foods in that area also burned, and both Target and High Lake Liquors have been broken into and looted. Target said it closed this location earlier last night to try to keep employees safe. The store, though, quite a bit of looting there.
Now, this is just flat out ridiculous. A housing development was destroyed. And the housing development that was destroyed was for low-income people. What are those low-income people going to do that have been waiting for that were waiting to have somewhere to live? How does this help in George's case? How does this help? I don't understand destroying your neighborhoods, your McDonald's, AutoZones. Well, they didn't burn up McDonald's, but I'm just saying destroying all of these different places where you do business at makes a difference. How does it make a difference? This is ridiculous.
The violent protests in Minneapolis over the death of a black man who appeared to be.
We've already seen this. Oh, this is my video. Hold on.
So we want to take you back.
The violent protests in Minneapolis. The violent protests in Minneapolis.
No, it won't go away. Okay. Let's see. Let's refresh this. YouTube.
Gucci, 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 baby, poverty. He's white and he's speaking fast and seeing option. But I get it, I get it, I get it, I beat it, a motherfucker with a money that be, but I get it, I get it, I spend it, not credit, I get it from Reddit, I read it from Reddit, I get it repeated, I fit it, I fit it, I look at my wrist again, wanna start shit again, really wanna start shit again, really wanna start shit again, with that back to all of those days, in your bedroom, recruiting for face, here's some chips, they go place, finish nothing but bars, some chips, but you got no money to pay, ask mom, she said, this is a face,
My gosh, look at this. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Why would they jump on these cars like that? What is this going to solve?
We've had a number of fires set. We've had a bad amount of looting, just widespread civil disobedience. And it's unfortunate. It's sad. If people are there, truly there, to honor the memory of the decedent and the family, this isn't how you do it.
Oh, you got the whole lady. Southside!
Chinese, they tear my system down, tried so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone. Anxiety, it keeps me on the edge.
Point, right? I'm disgusted with the things that happened in Minneapolis. Period, point blank. Things could have went way different. At the end of the day, let's talk facts. Guy is on the ground. He's laying on his stomach. He have handcuffs on. It's 4 of y'all, 1 of him. 4 of y'all, 1 of him. Who has control of this situation? It's not much one person could do against 4 people. Now let's get deeper, right? As an officer, you are a first responder, right? So if in the midst of you trying to gain compliance, someone is hurt, you have to render aid. So somebody's saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. You don't think to yourself and say, oh my gosh, this guy can't breathe. He might die. Let me render aid, right? Another point, officers, other officers, if you're going to be an officer that's going to stand there and not help when things go wrong, come on, like you don't see that? That's the reason I got behind his badge, right? Because I want them officers that's afraid to step up, I want to be the one to step up. If I see wrong happening, wrong is not happening in my presence, right? I'm going to check it. And that's period. In the midst of let's talk things that happen in Minneapolis, cop standpoint, right? I'm disgusted with the things that happened in Minneapolis. Period, point blank. Things could have went way different. At the end of the day, let's talk facts. Guy is on the ground. He's laying on his stomach. He have handcuffs on. It's 4 of y'all, 1 of him. 4 of y'all, 1 of him. Who has control of this situation? It's not much one person could do against 4 people. Now let's get deeper, right? As an officer, you are a first responder, right? So if in the midst of you trying to gain compliance, someone is hurt, you have to render aid. So somebody's saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. You don't think to yourself and say, oh my gosh, this guy can't breathe. He might die. Let me render aid, right? Another point, officers, other officers, if you're going to be an officer that's going to stand there and not help when things go wrong, come on, like you don't see that? That's the reason I got behind his badge, right? Because I want them officers that's afraid to step up, I want to be the one to step up. If I see wrong happening, wrong is not happening in my presence, right? I'm going to check it. And that's period.
Now, he was fine. I hope to God that this officer doesn't get fired for speaking out. I can't remember what case it was, but you remember when that officer, that female African-American officer, when she spoke out and they terminated her? If y'all know who I'm talking about, drop down in the comments. Shout out to all the Periscope watchers. I really appreciate it. Remember, I hope that he doesn't get fired for coming out and speaking on this. My God. Hold on, y'all. Let me share this other screen.
So hard to stay medicated so I don't have to face the wrong route. I take these honest, they tear my system down. Try so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone. Anxiety, it keeps me on the ledge. Close to jumping off this ledge. I sit back. I take these journeys, they tear my system down. Tried so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone. anxiety. It keeps me on the edge, close to jumping off this ledge. I sit back to clear my head since you've been gone. These sad knees, they tear my system down. Tried so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone. Spaced out, staring at the ceiling, talk to my demons, ask for a reason why I feel the way I'm feeling. If I'm the one who cheated on me, sex without no meaning. I like to keep a heart straight from my style beat. Now I try so hard to stay medicated so I don't have to face the wrong. I take these actions, they tear my system down. Tried so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone. Anxiety, it keeps me on the ledge, close to jumping off this ledge. I sit back to clear my head. Since you've been gone, this time they tear my system down. It's so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself. I went crazy by myself.
Too much shit in the car. But I'm coming over there. Too much shit.
They got laundry baskets full of stuff. They're looting. Target has been picked clean. They're going to have to tear that building down. They're going to have to tear all these buildings down. You can't salvage that. Especially not after they set it on fire. People are taking selfies in front of the fire. There goes another one of those police cameras tipped over next to the fire here. It's one that has that big long pole with the camera on top. That's what you see on its side right there.
No riot, fire on every corner. It was burned trash there. But it felt and smelled like this. Yo, let's go get tortillas. Alex, we gotta get tortillas.
What is that?
Man.
What is that red light that just went up? Oh, that's a drone. They got a drone flying up over there. I don't know whose it is, but I want to make it very clear. I'm not here as a rioter. I'm here strictly as a citizen reporter. I don't condone vandalism. I understand why these people are upset. I'm upset that George was murdered and that these police haven't been charged with murder yet. They haven't been arrested. I understand though.
Oh my God.
Gunshots, gunshots. Anybody just tuning in? We are right by the intersection of Minnehaha and Lake Streets, across the street from the 3rd Precinct Police Department in Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is where George Floyd was murdered. There's fire everywhere. No firefighters. I haven't seen police in a really long time. I mean, other than right in front of the police station, they're nowhere out here. I don't know what happened, but I can't see any of your comments. Keep them rolling, though. I'm going to read them all later. I want your opinion. I don't care what side you're on. I want to hear where you're watching from. What do you think about this? What do you think about George Floyd's murder? Share this video. This is going to go on all night. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. I just know it in my heart. I just want to show you guys what they did to Cub Foods. It's bad. It's a grocery store if you're not local. Across the street from the police station. Don't get it confused with Cup Foods, C-U-P, because George was murdered in front of Cup Foods. How many of you guys think that George's heart stopped beating before he even got in that ambulance? They told us that he died later at the hospital, but I don't know about that. My shoes are soaking wet from all the water out here from all the fires. Get your screenshots, guys. That's Cub Foods right there. Careful, you guys. There's a fire in there. People are still looting, even the buildings that are on fire. It's filled with smoke. This is Cub Foods on Lake Street. Oh wow, that building's really on fire now. It's getting a lot bigger. You know, we have to hope and pray that there's nobody trapped in any of these buildings that are really rolling in flames right now, because there's no one to save them.
Oh, Lord. Okay. I'm going to pause this one. So people are just getting hurt and injured due to this activity that's taking place down in Minneapolis. YouTube. Let me share something else with you guys. They said that there was a murder at the pawn shop. So I guess the pawn shop owner was protecting his pawn shop. Let me see.
Crazy by myself, crying alone, anxiety, it keeps me on the edge, close to jumping off this ledge. I sip perp to clear my head, since you've been gone, these knees, they tear my system down, tried so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone, spaced out, staring at the ceiling, talk to my demons. I'm the one who cheated on sex without no mate.
Be good! Be good! My people, be good! Be good! Be good!
I own the business. We close, okay?
¿Está cerrado?
Okay,
Okay, está bien. Okay. Cuidado, ¿ok?
Sí, no, ya me voy yo para
Déjale que
adentro.
pueda
Sí.
hacer trabajo.
Háganse que van a agarrar cabronazos en la verga. Háganse. Hasta atrás, hasta abajo. Ciérrale. Aguas. Aguas, Aguas. Come on, man. Vete en la puerta. You need to come in?
There's somebody in there with a rifle. Back up. There's somebody in there with a rifle. Back up.
Andan unos güeyes armados en el pawn shop. Aguas.
Okay, that was the video at the pawn shop. I guess it says rioter shot by pawn shop owner. I mean, he was defending his business. They said he had a shotgun. So let's see if anybody else was.
Since you've been gone, sadness every time I
The unfortunate scene unfolds in minutes. This man, 31-year-old Thurman Blevins, armed and evading police, leading officers through this residential Minneapolis neighborhood. Those police officers eventually opened fire, fatally shooting Blevins. The entire interaction caught on those police body cams is the latest example penetrating our national conversation about law enforcement and the use of deadly force. On the one side, officers who say they were protecting themselves.
Before I pulled the trigger, when the gun came out, I feared for my life. I feared for my partner's life.
And on the other side, a community angry and searching for answers, weary and distrustful of authorities. The incident took place on June 23rd. Officers Justin Schmidt and Ryan Kelly were responding to this 911 call.
The guy walking around keeps shooting off his gun, and he look intoxicated, and that's just not safe around here.
All right, what's our description here? Black male in his 30s, white.
Officers arrived on the scene and noticed Blevins with a gun in his waistband.
He's got a gun. Hands up now! Stop! Put your hands up! Put your hands up! I will shoot you!
Blevins continues to run, ignoring the officer's commands.
Put your hands up! Westbound man is coming. You got a gun! Yes, you do! Put your hands up! Southbound the alley.
It's here in this enhanced video. Authorities say Blevins, inside that red circle, can be seen reaching for his gun and turning towards the officers. The officers open fire, killing Blevins. The object in his hand falls to the ground. Police say it was a loaded semi-automatic handgun.
One down. EMS fire our location.
I think one of the things that may give people pause is that they see someone running. And so the question is, can you use deadly force when pursuing a fleeing suspect? And the answer to that is yes, you can use deadly force if that suspect is a threat to the officer and a threat to the community.
Officer Ryan Kelly has been with the Minneapolis Police Department since 2013. Officer Justin Schmidt since 2014. Both were placed on administrative leave while, at the request of the Minneapolis Police Department, an investigation was carried out by the Minnesota Department of Public Safety Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
It's a hard thing to watch, but I don't see anything on the video that's inappropriate.
As part of the investigation, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension conducted interviews with several of the officers involved, including Officer Schmidt.
To me, he had every bit of intent on shooting my partner, and I gave him numerous chances to give up, and he continued to escalate the situation by first grabbing onto his firearm, then clearing it from his pocket.
Yesterday, the county attorney's office held a press conference to discuss the findings of the investigation.
These cases tear our community apart. No one wins today. A young man is dead. Our officers face increasing criticism and scrutiny, and the community is devastated.
But before Freeman could announce the department's decision, Blevins' family members rushed the podium.
We want the cops arrested within the next 48 hours and prosecuted.
Freeman later announcing the officers will not face charges.
Mr. Blevins represented a danger to the lives of Officers Schmidt and Kelly and other members of the community. There is no basis to issue criminal charges against either officer.
We have seen so many videos where the officers are not doing things the right way. But in this case, we see where the officers followed all the training and tragically had to take a life, but only because this suspect refused to follow the commands of the officers.
But still, tonight in Minneapolis, many have taken to the streets to protest the lack of charges.
There is a lack of trust between the African American community and the police departments all over the country. And that is because we over and over and over again are seeing this sort of trigger shooting of unarmed young Black men. There's a lot of work to be done with the police department to foster a better relationship with people in the African American community.
Chief Brown suggests that perhaps in this case, transparency on behalf of the police didn't come fast enough for this community.
You have to release the video immediately because people start forming their own opinions based on rumor, conjecture, gossip.
The incident happened the end of June. It's the end of July. That's 1 month. That is actually not a long time in terms of investigating a case.
The state implemented the widespread use of body cameras in their police departments after the deadly shooting of Philando Castile during a traffic stop in July of 2016.
Stay with me.
Which his girlfriend, Diamond Reynolds, live streamed on Facebook.
Told him not to reach for it. I told him to get his hand out. Oh my God, please don't tell me he's dead.
Reynolds' 4-year-old daughter, who was in the car, watched the whole thing from the back seat.
It's okay, I'm right here too.
Officer Geronimo Yanez of Minnesota's St. Anthony Police Department was charged with manslaughter and 2 counts of endangering Reynolds and her young child. The case went to trial, but a jury acquitted the officer. That verdict left the community reeling.
And I am so very, 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 very disappointed in the system here in the state of Minnesota. And this city killed my son, and the murderer gets away.
Chief Brown believes it's a story like Castile's that leads the family of Thurman Blevins to be suspicious of Minneapolis police.
In many people's mind in that community, and particularly in his family's mind, is how unjust that case was.
And more recently, the Minneapolis Police Department came under fire after the death of 40-year-old Justine Damon, a yoga and meditation teacher originally from Australia who was shot and killed by an officer in their department after calling 911 to report a possible assault.
The death of Justine is a loss to everyone who knew her. She touched so many people with her loving and generous heart.
After the shooting, prosecutors charged the officer, Mohammed Noor, with third-degree murder and manslaughter.
Officer Noor did not act reasonably and abuse his authority.
Oh, that's a black cop. I bet you they found him guilty.
Not guilty. If convicted, he faces up to 25 years behind bars.
I bet you he was found guilty.
All of these incidents are likely on the minds of protesters searching for justice tonight.
Where do you see things right now?
I mean, hopefully we're at that breaking point. Hopefully we're at that place where change is really going to happen.
And many hope that the national conversation around body cameras and the use of force does and must continue.
If there is a bright side to be found here, is the fact that we are seeing more and more officers wearing body cameras. We can discern whether or not the actions of the officers were appropriate.
For Nightline, I'm Alex Perez in Minneapolis.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the
Now, do you think that African-American officer, will the grand jury put him to death? Did you hear the charges that they gave the African-American officer that unfortunately killed that Caucasian woman? YouTube. Shout out to the Periscope watchers. I really appreciate y'all. God bless y'all. Make sure that you like, share, and subscribe. I'm going to share the screen. Hold on real quick. Listen to this music.
I take these silence, they tear my system down, try so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone, anxiety. It keeps me on the edge, close to jumping off this ledge. I see perp to clear my head since you've been gone. These knees, they tear my system down, try so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, trying alone, spaced out, staring at the ceiling, talking to my demons, ask for a reason why I feel the way I'm feeling. I'm the one who cheated on me, sex without no need. I like to keep her heart safe from my side. Now I try so hard to stay medicated so I don't have to face the wrong life. I take these silence, they tear my system down, try so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone, anxiety. It keeps me on the ledge, close to jumping off this ledge. I sit perfectly in my head since you've been gone. Bisected, they tear my system down. So hard to keep you out. I'm going crazy by myself. Crying anxiety. It keeps me on the edge. Jumping off this ledge. It's hard to clear my head since you've been gone. I try so hard to stay medicated so I don't have to face the wrong I've done. I'm taking time. I need such a system. I need such a
Flames are coming out of some, oh no, that's not new construction. We're gonna have to get over there and see what building that is. I'm not even sure. It's right on Minnehaha though. We're gonna take a walk over to the police station right now. They've got at least 50 cops out there in riot gear, posted up. They have barricades. The windows are boarded up. The doors boarded up. They busted out windows there yesterday. I'm not sure what happened before I got here. That's a police security camera with a generator attached to it, knocked over, set on fire. That fire's dying down now. They lit that up about an hour ago. wow. This is getting a lot worse. The fire is. Oh yeah, my bad. That's 29th Street and 26th Avenue we're looking at right here. So that big fire is on East 29th Street, and it's about a half a block down from the intersection, half a block east from the intersection of East 29th Street and South 26th Avenue in South Minneapolis. The building on the left is on fire too. Cars are on fire.
What's up, nigga? You see all that shit, nigga? You see all that shit, nigga? I do all that shit. Shout out to my nigga Six, nigga. We out here. Fuck.
That's a car on fire off to the left there. Both buildings are on fire, but the big flames are coming out of that one on the right. That's new construction that's not finished.
Fuck 12. Fuck 12. Fuck all this shit, bro.
These are all the empty gallons of milk. They had someone going around acting as a medic with a cart full of supplies. They were giving out free water. Milk is for tear gas. Oh, I don't know if you can see that. There is black smoke just billowing out of that building. It's too dark. You can't see.
There's no proof 9/11 right, bro. If you don't collapse, bro, 9/11 take you down. Yeah, bro, this shit looks like fucking hell.
This is 26th Avenue, right off of Lake Street. Wendy's is on fire. Looks like Aldi might be on fire. Oh, we're gonna get the hell away from that. Back up, you guys. Don't get hurt.
Thank you. Yeah, but when my lobby was not started.
Yeah, that's a bad one right there. We're gonna get the hell away from that fire. It is hot out here, real hot. Holy shit. Woo, it's hot. Wendy's is up in flames. That's Wendy's right there. It's on fire.
There's no one overpriced condos.
Sorry, babe. You will not see the fire department out here. All right, I can confirm Aldi looks smoky on the inside, but I don't see any flames. That's Aldi over there. This is just a giant pile of trash that they lit up in the middle of the street here on 26th Avenue, about a half a block north of Lake Street, about a half a block down from the police station. Yeah! Holy shit, we're gonna get out of here, go a little further down the street. That's AutoZone. Liquor store right here. High Lake Liquors. Looted. I'm gonna take you with me though.
You telling me people just walking in and out of stores with stuff knowing that they wait. This is team too much. You telling me that people are just walking out the darn store with shit in their hand? Lord Jesus. They not afraid that the computers can pick them up and just take them to jail, you know, with facial recognition? This is a trip. These people is crazy as all outdoors. You better take your ass home. Go home, boy. Go home before you get hurt. Go home. I wouldn't be standing by that AutoZone, sis. I would be afraid that it would explode. But it looked like everything in there already burnt the freak down.
I've been drinking all night, just excuse me, I don't know what I'm saying. All these bitches, I don't know what I'm saying. I just swing it, I don't know what I'm saying. Yeah. I've been drinking all night, please forgive me, I just set my location. Off a beat, it's gonna be so hard to wake up. Tuck the weed, you know it's still on probation. Yeah. I've been drinking all night, I've been drinking all night. Yeah. I've been drinking all night, I've been drinking all night. I've been drinking all night, I've been drinking all night. I've been drinking all night, excuse me, I don't know what I'm saying. It's been a long time since I last seen you, girl, but oh goddamn, you look fine. Got the type of ass with no pass, with the niggas on the block tryna holler, oh me, oh my. But they can't have it, she my nigga. Or you even tryna holler if you my nigga. In fact, I ain't even gotta ask what you undercover ass. You right from the side, nigga. Like Sunny said, I don't need no new friends. Tighten up, trying to figure out the loose ends. So they say she never lied, but the truth is, she don't like it because I pulled up in the new bed. Yeah, niggas don't need no new friends. Tighten up, trying to figure out the loose ends. She say she never lied, but the truth is, she don't like it because I pulled up in the new bed. Word. I've been drinking all night, just excuse me, I don't know what I'm saying. All these bitches, I don't know what I'm saying. I just swing it, I don't know what I'm saying. I've been drinking all night, please forgive me, I just set my location. Off of people, it's gonna be so hard to wait. Cut the weed, you know I'm still on probation. I've been drinking all night, I've been drinking all night. I've been drinking all night, I've been drinking all night. I've been drinking all night, I've been drinking all night.
Oh my God, why won't it let me type?
I've been drinking all night, excuse me, I don't know what I'm saying. Yeah, shorty pussy super different, red like Pacific if you want me to be specific. When I was in just you a visit, why I hold it down for her cause the rest of you did it. Penny got me in my feelings, niggas take cause I ain't have me no country to mix it. Money stack out to the ceiling, had you over 30,000 at $1 and missing. Shorty my body, I'm fly. If I tell her that I'm sliding, she down for the ride. Back when I ain't had no ride, she would whip it, I would sit on the passenger side. Shorty is more than a vibe, and he got me reminiscing and feeling alive. Shorty is more than a vibe, and he got me reminiscing and feeling alive. I've been drinking all night, just excuse me, I don't know what I'm saying. All these bitches, I don't know what I'm saying. I just swing it, I don't know what I'm saying. Yeah. I've been drinking all night, please forgive me, I just set my location. Off of beat, it's gonna be so hard to wait. Check the week, you know I'm still on probation. I've been drinking all night, I've been drinking all night. I've been drinking all night, I've been drinking all night. I've been drinking all night, I've been drinking all night. I've been drinking all night, excuse me, I don't know what I'm saying. Shout out everybody that one person that gets super drunk and wake up in the morning and messages. I miss you, I miss you, what you doing? Everybody got that one song. That one song that I ain't the only one. Shit, man, on this shit, man. You hearing this? Tape out by now. Good boys.
This shit rough for them, man. They all on camera.
Your video is amazing, right?
That shit gonna go quick. 27,000 views. 27,000 views right now on this motherfucker. She got 27,000.
That's right.
She got 27,000 views, y'all.
Wow, look at that. Oh, Lord, them rubber bullets look like they hurt like a motherfucker. Oh, Lord. Attorney Benjamin Crumps talks George Floyd killing by Minneapolis police.
I have a special guest on the phone lines right now, who I love because he's my brother. But I every time I speak to him like this, that means something happened. And that's the sad thing. We have Attorney Benjamin Crump on the line. Good morning, Attorney. How's it going, man?
Envy, so honored to be with you. I wish it was for a better reason than this, because this reminds me so much of what happened in your hometown of New York 5 years ago with Eric Gardner and I Can't Breathe. And now we have a I Can't Breathe case again in 2020 dealing with George Floyd.
Let's talk about it. You represent the family of George Floyd.
Yes, sir. And
now break down the facts of what happened. You know, we've been hearing all these different reports. I know what I seen on that camera, but break down the facts of what happened.
yeah, you know, Envy, it's really clear because we have video. We have what we call ocular proof that nobody has to interpret it for us. And when you look at that video, Envy, you don't see him posing a violent threat to any police officers or anything. In fact, we have been getting a lot of cell phone videos submitted to our office. Businesses have surveillance videos and restaurants that show us the whole picture, and nowhere have we seen where he posed a threat to the police to justify Envy the fact that they had him face down in handcuffs and the police officer put his knee in his neck, not for 1 minute, not for 2 minutes, not for 3 minutes, not for 4 minutes, not for 5 minutes, not for 6 minutes, not for 7 minutes, not for 8 minutes, but for 9 minutes. George Floyd is begging for him to take his knee off his neck, saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. And the officer offers him no humanity. I mean, you had citizens out there, Envy, that were saying, take your knee off his neck, you're gonna kill him. I mean, it was the police escalating the situation while the people who were not trained in de-escalation was trying to de-escalate it, and you watch your heart broken. And when I talk to America, I tell them, take out your cell phones, hit the stopwatch for 9 minutes, and just let the time pass. And as the time passes, think about if a person had their knee on your neck and you couldn't breathe, and you kept saying, please take your knee off my neck, and you're struggling to breathe, but they don't, and you suffocate and die, then you will understand the last 9 minutes of George Floyd's life and why it is so tragic and why this is murder.
It absolutely is. Now, what started the situation? What made the police come? Like, what call was that? Because at first we heard it was scamming. At first they said he was on top of the car. What was that first initial call for?
You know, the first initial call for was allegedly forgery. And as we find out more, forgery is talking about a $10 bill may have been fake. So there's no evidence that he ever did anything wrong because they never proved anything about the $10 bill was fake, or if it was fake, that he would have knew about it. How many people would know if they had got money and it wasn't real? How many of us are checking money when we get change from a store? So it's just unbelievable that he was killed because he was accused of a non-violent crime, but yet the police came and used excessive lethal force to kill him, which is a lot, Envy, like Eric Gardner, when you think about it, selling Lucy cigarettes, which is a non-violent crime, but then the NYPD come and they use excessive lethal force where that brother ends up dead. And now here we are in 2020, and he ends up dead. And I think this is far worse in many regards because the officer is on his knee and the public is out there pleading with the police. Just take your knee off his neck, Envy.
It's such a sad situation, you know, watching that video. And me and my wife watched it together, and I watched it with my 16-year-old son, and we just couldn't understand it. And just to look at that officer's face, like it was like it's like he got a hard on.
He did get a hard on. He did get a hard on. I edited the video of George. I edited that video and put it up on my YouTube channel. And if you zoom in, not trying to be gross, and look at the officer's crotch, in my opinion, unless it was a deflection from my screen, that he got aroused during the killing of George Floyd. See, and I'm glad that Envy noticed that. Watch that video. That officer formed an erection and I believe had some type of orgasm. Now, I know that might sound sick to y'all, but I really, really do believe that. How he had his hands in his pockets. His hands were in his pockets, okay? So he could maintain the stability to apply more and more pressure to this man's neck. And I really wonder when the autopsy comes out, was his spine somehow severed, while another officer from a different angle was holding on to his legs. It's just ridiculous. Please make sure that you like, share, and comment and hit the thumbs up. It would be truly appreciative.
It's like his ego got to him, and he just gonna sit there like, no, I'm gonna keep my knee on his neck. And I just don't I can't get it. And I heard George screaming, you know, I can't breathe. He was screaming for his mother. You know what I mean? So
when I heard George Floyd scream for his mother, it was devastating to me. I know that I've been on this live for many hours, and I appreciate the Periscope watchers from Twitter over here supporting me, and as well from the people on YouTube. And the people that downed the video for hating, may God bless you too.
I mean,
I lost my mother. I still call out for her. I can only imagine being in your last. He knew he was gonna die. That was torture, straight torture.
I'm sure you spoke to his mom. What was the family's feeling for watching that, especially his mom?
Well, unfortunately, his mother is deceased, and it's so sad that week was her 2-year anniversary of her death. And so it was already emotional. And so he had his brothers and sisters and his children. He has 2 children, 2 daughters, 1 6-year.
Now these 2 little girls are without their African-American father. Another African-American child, daughter, 2 daughters without their father. Thank you, officers. Thank you for destroying another African-American family. God is watching all of this evil doing, and please believe me, God is going to take care of it. He might not do it in the way that you want him to, but God will take care of this in his way and in his timing.
22 years old, and he has 6 brothers and sisters who loved and adored him, and it's just been heartbreaking for them. I mean, they can't even accept it as real, because they said George was like a gentle giant. He was a all-star athlete. He played basketball in high school. They went to the state championship. He played for University of South Florida. He was just somebody who they said you could not love George. Everybody loved him. He would always keep everybody laughing. He was like so engaging. And the people in Minneapolis, everybody says that about this guy. And for them to kill him in this manner, when there is no scintilla of evidence that demonstrates that he posed a threat to these police officers, I'm demanding, Envy, for them to release the body cam video. Be transparent. We just saw the video. How much worse can it be? Release the video. Let us know what you were saying when you had your knee down there. And you notice that he has his hand in his pocket. I was told they do that to apply more
Pressure. That's right.
Down on the thigh. And so I just think it was deliberate what these officers.
It was deliberate what that son of a bitch did.
You can't do something coincidentally for 9 minutes. And the fact that at some point, when time passes and people are telling you to de-escalate, and he's saying, I can't breathe, you then have intentionally
applied more pressure,
cause harm and pain to him. And so in the law, when you intentionally do something to cause harm or bodily harm, you may not have meant to kill him. But if he ends up dying, then your actions was a proximate cause of his death, and you can absolutely be charged for murder. And when you look at this video, if it was you or I or anybody else, no question, it would be murder. Why are they treating the police like they're above the law? They need to arrest them now and charge them with murder.
I was going to ask you that. So the 4 of them got fired. But to my understanding, they're still getting paid and they still get their benefits and all that. Is that normal?
Well,
yes, that's normal protocol. Yes,
understand right now they haven't lost their pensions and their benefits.
they have to be
They
prosecuted.
haven't clarified that point for us yet. They just said they're all terminated. They're apparently in the police union thing. There's a whole process that you have to go through to lose your pension, and so we're going to keep pressing on that.
Now, I was going to ask you, most people don't know that. What's the difference between manslaughter and murder? And should they be charged with murder? And can they be charged with murder?
They need to be charged with murder.
I believe that he could be charged with murder who kept his knee on his neck.
And the other officers,
included,
I believe that the officer that had his foot on George Floyd's neck should be charged with murder in the first degree, or at least second degree murder, and the with the lesser charges to be first degree manslaughter. And then the other officers should be charged with manslaughter, because it's going to be hard with the Supreme Court law protection and laws that are on the books that protect officers. It's going to be really, really, really hard. Maybe the other officer that was holding his legs can also be charged with murder, but manslaughter for the definitely for the other two that stood around like bumbling idiots that did not know anything. I can't believe out of 4 different people, neither of them had the goal or the strength to stand up to their fellow officer and say, you know, or at least call the medics or something, to sit there for that amount of time to watch the pressure being applied to George Floyd's neck and watch him die. I hope that God shows them the mercy, the same exact mercy that they showed him, which was none.
Offense of murder is manslaughter. So he can reach for the top, but also include the lesser included, which they do on brothers all the time. They put the top, and if they don't get you on murder, they say, okay, we got manslaughter, we still got you for 15 to 20 years or whatever the case. And the biggest difference between murder and manslaughter is the element of intent. It almost reminds you of Ahmaud Arbery, because you have to have what we call malice of forethought, evil intent, evil will to be convicted of first degree murder. And so in this scenario, I just don't know how you can say he didn't have evil intent when a man is begging you, telling you, I can't breathe. And he says it repeatedly, and you still deliberately don't even ease up. How is that not intentional? You have made a deliberate, conscious decision that you're just gonna not extend him any humanity.
Now we also see the officer wearing this hat that says "Make whites great again." Is that a true picture?
I don't know, Envy, and so I know there are a lot of people out there who put up fake stuff like this. Until we can absolutely authenticate that, we're probably not going to affirm that that's him.
Okay. Now, also, they said that he was resisting arrest, right? And we seen videos come from the store that looked like he was complying. It looked like they walked him over, he was complying. And I spoke to an officer today, a friend of mine, and he was like, you know, I'll be honest with you, Envy. He says once his hands are behind his back and they're in cuffs, there's nothing anybody can really do. They said unless he's some kung fu expert and will jump up and kick me in my head to kill me, he said, I'll be honest with you. There's nothing he can do. There's no way they should have that much force. So was he, from what we know, was he resisting arrest at all? Was he resisting arrest?
There's nothing that demonstrates to us or anybody I have seen to say that he was resisting arrest. But what I want them to do is to release their body cam videos. I mean, if you want transparency and you want to be above board, then go ahead and do the right thing. And the right thing, literally, let's hear what they were saying when they were down there on his knee. Because, you know, why are we paying for the body cameras if we can't see what they recorded when there's a controversy?
Why won't they release it? What's the problem with releasing? What's they saying? Why won't they release it?
You know, it's in every case. They always say it's an ongoing investigation. And when they say that, what that tells me, they just trying to figure out a way to justify the unjustifiable. Nothing else.
Now, when do they say that? Are they saying when these officers will be brought up on charges? Are they saying what the next step is because they were fired and they fired them fast? But now these officers haven't been charged yet. They're still walking around. What's next?
They haven't been charged, and we got to continue to demand immediate arrest because the district attorney, it shouldn't take that long to establish that there's probable cause in this video to arrest them. Because people in our community, they have far less probable cause than a video.
Right.
It can justify arresting us every day and twice on Friday. Right. But with police, the rules change and they say, oh, we got to just investigate. We got to make sure we have all the evidence. But you got a video, man.
Now people are upset. People are tired. People are feeling like the only way to change this is by civil unrest. People are tired of peacefully protesting because they feel like that does nothing because they continue to kill us. You know, we seen it. You know, you were just up here 2 weeks ago. You know, he was doing what my kids do, running around the neighborhood. You know, somebody thought he was stealing somebody and took the law into their own hands and killed him. We seen it with Eric Garner. We seen it with so many individuals. This, you know, George, what was he doing? Even if he had a fake bill. You know how many times I'm a DJ, people paid me with a fake bill? That doesn't mean I created it. That doesn't mean I bought it. That means I got it. Somebody got me. To the point where you arrest me and you put your knee on my neck for 9 minutes, people are pissed off. And part of my friends, people are like, fuck that. Like, enough is enough. Like, when do we draw the line?
Well, you know, I will say you referenced Ahmaud Arbery, and because the people were outraged and they turned that outrage to a public outcry, I do believe that's why the wheels of justice started going more expeditiously. And so we got the prosecutor to charge the father and son murderous duo, and they charged the third person, Robbie, who was doing the video. But that's the people using their voice in a collective, unified manner. And I think with Breonna Taylor in Louisville, you had a similar incident where they have now made the police chief resign over that botched no-knock warrant where that innocent black woman was killed in her own apartment.
Right.
And I believe they're going to be charged because the people are raising their voice. We have to strike a match versus curse in the dark because we can make things happen. We don't know our strength and our power. Minnesota, as long as we keep protesting, and I don't know if you got to go start looting or destroying stuff, but just protesting, disturbing the peace every day, every night. That DA, that mayor gonna say, we want to restore some kind of calm to our city. All they want us to do is do what we would do in any other case. And so I believe they're going to charge them, but they just are trying, if they can get out of it, not charge them. That's why we got to stay on them, Envy, because I'm cautiously optimistic based on what I see in the Arbery case, what I see in Botham Jones case, what I saw in Corey Jones case, where these police officers are getting convicted and they're sending them away. But it has to be us, we the people, collectively not letting our foot off their neck.
Absolutely. So for people out there listening right now, they're listening on the radio or they're watching this, what do you want people to do? How can people help? How can we help out there? What do you suggest? How can we help fight the fight, even though, you know, some people might be in Minnesota, but then some people might be in New York, some people might be in California. How can we help fight the fight from where we're at?
Well, I love what Chance the Rapper did in Chicago, and people with a voice can use their voice to start having rallies and protests because that gets to Minnesota. And I know Ludacris and his wife went on social media and started using their voice to get other people who are not black people, but saying, where are you white good people? Why are you all silent? And the other thing we can do most importantly is keep emailing and calling the district attorney, Mike Freeman, who ultimately is going to make the decision whether to charge. His phone number is 612-348-5550. And we got
it one more time. Give it to him one more time.
Okay. 612 Envy 348 5550 and demand justice for George Floyd. And we do have, I believe, an ace in the hole. The Minnesota Attorney General is a good brother named Keith Ellison. He was a former U.S. Congressman. A lot of controversy because they said he supported this brothers too much with the controversy. But he is a person who has a track record of fighting for our community and uplifting the culture. So if that local DA has a conflict of interest somehow, then Keith Ellis, this African-American Attorney General, would get to prosecute this case. And so like in Ahmaud Arbery, we got the sister prosecuting the case, then we can have the brother in Minnesota prosecuting the case. And I want to believe, Henry, like you're a father and you're a father of children of color, I want to believe parents who have these positions, have children of color, are going to have life experiences that are in common with us. And so they would know how to represent the life of George Floyd, represent the life of Ahmaud Arbery, better than some of our white brothers and sisters who have a fish out of water experience when it comes to trying to defend the honor and the dignity of Black people when they're killed versus when they prosecuting us. They can always assassinate our character and say we deserve to be locked up and throw away the key. So that's why I'm cautiously optimistic. Keep our voices up. Justice for Floyd. Everybody called him Big Floyd in his family.
Big Floyd. Justice for Big Floyd.
I'm looking up the cops and I'm doing my homework on these cops, and I'm realizing that a couple of them had cases before. I mean, one guy even sued and won some money. And they had cases where it's similar. Like, it seems like they were racist cops due to their past history. I don't know how true it is, but looking at their history, it seems like
the Floyd family civil suit is definitely going to break Minneapolis. They are definitely going to get paid financially, but financial compensation will not bring their brother back, no matter how much they break the bank. And then unfortunately, the taxpayers will have to pay for that. It needs to come directly. All their pensions and everything should be snatched straight up.
They've been in this rodeo before.
Absolutely, and they look like they have a history of alleged allegations of excessive force. They probably didn't have
minorities, to Black people.
Yeah, to minorities. And so we didn't have evidence on video of those cases, apparently. But on this one here, nobody can look at that video and say that the amount of force they used was not excessive. And excessive that led to lethal force. I mean, they're going to try to say, and this is why we have to have an independent medical examiner come and do our autopsy after they finish with them. Because they're already trying to say, Envy, what we saw in that video didn't kill him.
9 minutes on that man's neck?
Yeah.
9 minutes on that man's neck. When he wasn't fighting back, he was saying, I can't breathe. He was screaming for his mother. He was saying his stomach hurt. Please let me up. I'm not resisting. 9 minutes, and they say that wasn't the reason. So what was the reason that they say he died?
They haven't revealed that yet. They try to say he had a medical condition. But, you know, I'm absolutely certain when our medical examiner look at it independently with no bias, he's not an employee of the city of Minneapolis. He's not buddy-buddy with the police. He's going to tell the truth and the unadulterated truth. And once that comes out, I think everybody will be able to use their common sense and say, I don't have to have no medical degree to know that what you did was a proximate cause to his death, because the law doesn't say it has to be the only cause for the death. It says just a proximate cause for the death. It contributed to your succession of life.
And you know what? You know, I knew that too. And you know how I knew that? Because they didn't say he died at the scene. They said he died later on at the hospital. So it felt like they were setting something up. Like it felt like they were setting up to save their ass.
Yep. Yep.
Well, Attorney Benjamin Crump, I appreciate you for checking in. And you know, anytime you're on the front lines, you need us. If we can't be there, we are here as much as possible. You use us as much as you need to. And we are grateful and thankful for you being there for us anytime we need you, man.
That was Benjamin Klump. Attorney Benjamin Klump talks George Floyd's killing by Minneapolis police on the Breakfast Club. Shout out to the Breakfast Club. Envy handled that interview. There is also, to an update, the mayor wants these officers arrested. Why aren't they arrested? Y'all apply pressure and contact the attorneys down there in Minneapolis. Apply pressure. Call whoever you need to call. I'll have to look it up, but I know that they stated that in here. Let me see.
Keep controversial because they said he supported this brothers too.
I'll try to find it and I'll post it.
Hello, everyone. Right now, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry has taken the podium to update us on the investigation into the death of George Floyd. Let's listen in.
Mayors can shape events in their city, but more often than not, it's events in our city that shape us. There are precedents and protocols sitting in the reserves of institutions just like this one that will give you about 1,000 reasons not to do something, not to speak out, not to act so quickly. And I've wrestled with, more than anything else over the last 36 hours, one fundamental question. Why is the man who killed George Floyd not in jail? If you had done it, or I had done it, we would be behind bars right now. And I cannot come up with a good answer to that question. And so I'm calling on Hennepin County Attorney Mike Freeman to act on the evidence before him. I'm calling on him to charge the arresting officer in this case. We cannot turn a blind eye. It is on us as leaders to see this for what it is and call it what it is. George Floyd deserves justice. His family deserves justice.
Shout out to Mayor Jacob, man. Shout out to him, dude. That's right. Piece of dirt. Let me calm down. Facts. The fuck you mean what went into it? Facts, motherfucker. Why wouldn't he get his foot off his neck? Why? Demonic piece of shit. Facts. Come on, Mayor. I love this mayor. Shout out to this mayor, man. We need justice. Justice for George Floyd.
The question is whether I have seen evidence that George Floyd resisted arrest in some form. I have not seen any evidence to show that, no. I have not seen any evidence beyond what you've seen.
And the other question is a $20 counterfeit bill. I've been told by sources wouldn't even get.
It's a $10. It was a $10 bill. Now they saying 20. Get your facts right. You're supposed to be a journalist, you stupid mother foe. Piece of garbage. Yes.
The question was.
Share this live stream out, baby. Yes, they did murder George.
A counterfeit bill would not require
Demonic
such
demons.
Presence, and why was there such heavy?
Retweet this out on Twitter.
And no, I do not know. I cannot speak to that. I'd like to release it as soon as is possible, while not compromising the investigation, but more importantly, the charge that I do hope will come forward. The investigation itself is in the hands of the BCA right now.
The investigation is in the hands of God. God is going to rain down on these officers for what they did.
Exactly that would work. But again,
These injustices and the killing of African Americans have to stop. We need to unify and come together and love on one another and protect each other. All of us as human beings, no matter race, gender, creed, or walk, we need to unify.
As soon as possible. The question was, so I'm calling on local authorities to make a decision and to come forward with a charge of the arresting officer. The question is whether I'm asking federal authorities to do the same. My understanding is that the charging decision lies with the Hennepin County Attorney. To the extent that I'm wrong, and there is a charging decision that also lies with other bodies of government. Yeah, I'm calling on that too.
Ooh, I know they mad at this mayor. Ooh, I know they mad at him.
It is was a fair question. The question was, what are we talking about in time? Are we talking about 3 days, 2 weeks? Michelle, to the extent I could give you an answer on that, I would. I do not know. I would like to see that footage released as soon as possible. If we could do so in a way where we could ensure that investigation was not compromised, the charging decision was moved forward with in the very near future, I'd do it right away. So the question was, withstand scrutiny of who? So the question was whether we can be confident that the Hennepin County attorney can not have a bias in making a decision about this particular case. I think we've seen a very long history in this country of charging decisions being made that did not do justice to the victims, especially when the potential charging decision was against a law enforcement individual, and even more so when that law enforcement officer was white and the victim was black. I've stated what I want to see. I am very hopeful that the evidence will be reviewed and that a charging decision will not just be made, but there is a decision specifically. There is a decision to charge. I'm not going to comment further than that.
Mayor, do you know if any of the 4 officers gave statements before they were fired, internal statements at the very least, before they were fired yesterday?
I do not.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on how you make the decision that was something for the public domain that you saw, something that everyone's seen, or have you got pretty more?
Sure. I'll give it to you straight up. So the question was, can I elaborate a little bit more on my belief that the arresting officer should be charged? Yes. We watched for 5 whole excruciating minutes as a white officer firmly pressed his knee into the neck of an unarmed, handcuffed
black man. Facts. And it was 8 minutes.
I saw nothing that would signal that this kind of force was necessary. By the way, that particular technique that was used is not authorized by the MPD. It is not something that officers are trained on, and should not be used, period. And so, in so many of these horrible instances in which law enforcement tragically kills a member of our community, we are talking about split-second decisions. In so many of these instances, we are talking about 4 or 5 or 6 seconds, sometimes less, where a decision was made that tragically killed somebody and impacted a whole community. We are not talking about a split-second decision that was made incorrectly. There's somewhere around 300 seconds in those 5 minutes, every one of which the officer could have turned back, every second of which he could have removed his knee from George Floyd's neck.
Facts.
Every one of which he could have listened to community around him.
Facts.
Clearly saying that he needed to stop. every one of which you heard George Floyd himself articulating the pain he was feeling, an inability to breathe. I can't see coming to a different answer there. And I think it's incumbent on all of us to say that. Thank you. No, I have not yet.
He don't need to see the body cam footage to know that that's evil, demonic son of a bees need to go to freaking jail. I know he is so angry with this demonic garbage that is taking place. This is a shame before the Lord Jesus Christ. It's a shame. YouTube. I got another clip. Hold on, y'all.
I take these silence, they tear my system down, try so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone inside. It keeps me on the edge, close to jumping off this ledge. I sip perp to clear my head since you've been gone. These sad knees, they tear my system down. Tried so hard to keep. Keeps me on the edge, close to jumping off this ledge. I sip perp to clear my head since you've been gone. These sad knees, they tear my system down. Tried so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone. Spaced out, staring at the ceiling, talking to my demons, asking for a reason why I feel the way I'm feeling. If I'm the one who cheated on the sex without no meaning, I love to keep her heart safe. Now I try so hard to stay medicated so I don't have to face the wrong I've done. I take these silence, they turn my system down. Try so hard to keep you out. I do it crazy. Myself crying alone, anxiety. It keeps me on the edge, jumping off this edge.
Now, those are black cops there. Somebody else has been killed, y'all. Somebody else. Oh, shit. Sorry about that, y'all. Hold on really quick.
Medicated so I don't have to face the wrong out there.
Now, this is not Floyd, y'all. We know that. This is somebody that's new. I got to find out who this is. Thank you, Anna Marie. I got to find out who this is, y'all. All right, that's enough of that clip. You're listening to your girl, Nicole Reloaded. Make sure that you like, share, and subscribe.
I take these journeys, they tear my system down, try so hard to keep you up. I went crazy by myself, crying alone. Anxiety, it keeps me on the edge, close to jumping off this ledge. I sit back to clear my head since you've been gone. These sad knees, they tear my system down. Tried so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone. Spaced out, staring at the ceiling, talking to my things, ask for so I don't have to face you. I take these silence anytime I say so hard to keep.
to do tricks. Relax. It's like a trial event.
Unicorn Riot.
I like your tattoos. What are those numbers on your arm?
Oh, that's they put that music on.
That's right, baby. Right. Facts. That's right. We need to take care of each other. Right. That's Jesus. Yes. That's right. We need to be here for each other. Shout out to Unicorn Riot. Oh, you a baby, right? Praise God for Unicorn Riot getting out there in the trenches with no fear. Praise God, man.
That incident where he said that he was going to die. Minnesota state officials have launched a criminal investigation into Floyd's death, and the FBI is looking into potential civil rights violations. But Floyd's family wants these officers involved to be charged with murder.
There's definitely not enough justice for me or my family. I feel like those guys need to be put in jail. They murdered my brother. They killed him. They don't need to walk the streets and mess around and this happened to another family.
My next guest has become one of the biggest justice advocates against police brutality after her son Eric Garner was killed by a New York City police officer. Gwen Carr joining us now to talk about this. Gwen, thank you so much for joining me because, you know, when we heard George Floyd saying the words, "I can't breathe," in this video, I know I did. I know a lot of people, they heard the echoes of your son when they heard him say the exact same thing. What is your reaction to what you saw happen and what you've seen the repercussions be for these officers so far? Gwen, I'm not sure if you can hear me now. Can you hear me? It's Brianna.
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. I wanted to ask you, since you heard what George Floyd said, and it was like an echo of what we heard your son say. I wanted to know what your reaction was to what you've seen happen there, and also what your reaction is to what's happened with the officers so far.
Well, to hear that young man cry out, "I can't breathe," the same as my son did, it was so heart-wrenching. It brought back so many memories of what happened to me the day that my son was murdered. And I feel nothing but sympathy for that family. I feel empathy because I was there. I know what the pain must be like. And I just can't say enough words to show them how much I stand with them, how I want to be with them in this moment of despair. And as far as the officers, I am so glad that they were fired immediately.
Yes, praise God for that. They were fired immediately.
5 years to even fire one officer when there was more involved. So I commend that mayor saying those officers, but it's not enough. Criminal charges should also be put before those officers because it was outright murder what they did to that young man. And there's no excuse. You don't do that to a human being, no matter who.
When you see, you mentioned this, it was 5 years before any action was taken against any officer involved in your son's death. It was much more quick in the case of these officers. I wonder if you think anything has changed since your son died and you watch this happening. It's so much like what we heard your son say, and yet the officers are being dealt with more quickly. Has anything changed, do you think?
The change is coming about very slowly, but it is bringing more awareness, and people are seeing just how poignant, how disrespectful, how they treat people of color in our neighborhoods. They go in, they brutalize, they terrorize, they kill us, and most of the time it's swept under the rug. But we cannot treat this as another news story. We have to get out and show support. We have to make all of America aware of this. America cannot be on your comfort zone any longer. You have to be uncomfortable about situations that's happening like this, not only in my community, but in all communities around the nation.
You spoke with George Floyd's family. There are very few people who I think are in a position of yours, having taken this advocacy route and being able to share an experience like what you went through. I wonder, what did you tell them? And are you planning to help them build on some of the actions that you have helped move?
Well, when I spoke to them, I know that they were in pain because I know how I felt on those first 2 days after the death of my son. So I tried to console them. I told them not to give up the fight, and I am so glad that the officers were quiet as immediate as they were, and I told them that I stand with them in solidarity. And I would, if they need anything, if they need to call me, they could. And the pain is just so real. It came back to haunt me when I heard about this video, what happened, even the age of the young man. It just struck me so hard. I could do nothing, but tears just rolled down my face as I talked.
Gwen Carr, thank you so much for joining us. Your voice on this is so important. Thank you.
Now, what we were just listening to was Eric Garner, mother. She unfortunately lost her son too, as well. Right. But you won't listen. Right. No.
Thanks, Carolyn. Thanks, Big Joe. I subscribe. Thank you, Chief Wrangler. Yeah, I think I'm less than 100 away from 1,000, so I can start monetizing my channel a little bit here with the help of you guys, which I appreciate. So if you could at some point go and subscribe, that would be awesome. Yeah, I'm here in this tunnel right now. That's like, see, there's the beach. And that's chances are that they hear themselves, they have nowhere to go.
Right. That's right. That's facts. Wow, Don. Oh, I know they got in Don Lemon's ass for talking like that. That was Don Lemon talking to his counterpart. Lord Jesus. I hope he don't get fired for that. Okay? Coming on here and sharing his thoughts about this situation. Lord, please help us. You're listening to your girl Nicole Reloaded, and we're loaded up with another video. Please make sure that you like, share, and subscribe. I am doing my best to show awareness in regards to George Floyd's case. I do not live down in Minneapolis, so I can't go down there and stand with the people. And all I can do from here is in my hometown, Las Vegas, Nevada, where there's racism here too as well. You know, is make videos from my YouTube channel. And if it can make change with one person that can make a difference, then I've done what is right. Oh, these commercials are fucking annoying. How many damn commercials do you got? Shit.
Brother,
All right. What is up, everybody? Certain page right actually, I can do that. What's someone else? Greetings from the land of tea.
Well, as you can see there, that was the sister of George Floyd, and she said that she is a nurse. So she knew that her brother, by her being a nurse, that he took his last breath, unfortunately, with a Caucasian cop with a knee in his neck. So I believe that we got all the updates that pretty much that we can get. I'll play a little bit more of this live stream, and we'll close it out of here. Make sure that you like, share, and subscribe. May God bless you and your families. Please be safe. Unification versus separation. Be a blessing and not a curse.
What's your name? No, I'm Nico. Good to meet you all. More shots just got fired in the background. Here's Lake Street. The heat is good. Dude, that battles in this man got shot out of his hand or something. Like, he didn't drop it. He dropped it after. That's wild. I don't think he was shot. I think he was shot. Here's another Tippy to Spy cam. This is the second one that we've been able to witness. These are used by Minneapolis police all over the city to survey people. They have a camera at the end. A hard blockade here. Fired up. There's just tons of people still rolling through Target, rolling through the parking lot. Wow, the next building too. I didn't even realize that. Oh shit. Man. I just hope apartment buildings don't get hit where people are already living. Even personally, I live right down the block. Don't hit my place. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, shit. Excuse my language. Been a long day. Oh, bro, I'm the reason you're here. Hey, I'm the reason. Vice versa. I'm here because of you, bro. Thank you. I'm only here because of y'all. I'm going to donate. I've never done that before, bro. Wow. I'm going to do that, bro. Appreciate that, man. My name is Nico. What's your name?
Y'all donate.
There's a bunch of them right over there.
Donate to Unicorn Riot. Make sure that you donate to them.
Okay. Thank you, bro. I don't know, man. It fucking looks like it. Good to meet you, man. Appreciate the banana and the love. What's your name again? John. I'm Nico. I'm now sitting in a chair. Give me a few minutes. I'm gonna eat this banana, then I'll move around again, try to get some more interviews. That building is a new condo. The building next to it, I don't know what it is. But it's also on fire. I think Cub has definitely been expropriated the mess out of. I think Aldi has been done. I think Target has been done. I can't tell you how good it feels in my back to be sitting there. Yep. says Big Floyd. Big Floyd. Various fire officers, fire department, trying to stop the flames from part of the building. Here's the crane from the back end. It doesn't really look like it's moving. Definitely heard it was moving. We saw it in the video. It's been definitely moving at certain points. I've been watching it. I personally haven't seen it move. Doesn't mean it's not moving, and that we shouldn't watch out for it. Graffiti everywhere in the city. See what this entourage or fire department is. Looks like they're going to club. Yeah. This building above me, right next to me, is on fire. The shitty thing about this one is, obviously some of these places are workplaces like Wendy's, AutoZone. This is definitely like a factory workplace. I don't know anything about them. I guess they're innovative polymer solutions, 7 Sigma, transcending expectations. Well, at this point, everything is getting flooded from the sprinkler system, and the roof is on fire. We're here in 29th and Minneapolis. Why do you always make me laugh? That was hilarious as shit. Yeah, you heard it, right? Yeah, it was funny. I heard you too. Oh man.
Soda, donations from Floyd family. You guys like to get in on this?
I did buy some soda from earlier. My money's in my car now.
What would you like? Just come on over. I'll give you some.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what I got.
All
right,
you doing better?
Police, like, they're running when they move. They're really all ducking. They're super scared right now. The police are under siege in Minneapolis. There's no other way to say it. Their department has been under siege for 2 days. Their precinct, I should say, much more under siege than the 4th precinct on the north side in 2015. This has no leaders and no organizers that are stopping people, that are telling people, that are organizing. So this is basically what you see is the people coming out and expressing themselves.
I dare you, motherfuckers! Coward! You're
So definitely shots were just fired at the police while we were interviewing the Iraq vet. Hopefully all's well out there. We're still connected. Consistent.
Right now, just want to believe in something right now.
This is definitely like.
Yeah, you heard it. And people like Amy Klobuchar and all that make you believe in just
Polymer. This is definitely like a factory workplace. I don't know anything about them. I guess they're innovative polymer solutions, 7 Sigma, transcending expectations. Well, at this point, everything is getting flooded from the sprinkler system, and the roof is on fire. We're here in 29th in Minneapolis.
That was the youngest bird I've ever seen in my life. Unicorn Riot.
Why do you always make me laugh? What up? That was hilarious as shit.
Yeah, you heard it, right?
Yeah, it was funny. I heard you too. Oh man.
sodas and nations to enforce the Floyd family. You guys like to get in on this?
I did buy some sodas on the murder. My money's in my car now.
What would you like? Just come on over. I'll give you something.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what I got. I ain't got shit.
I'm an Iraq combat veteran, man. This is all out of my pocket. Just trying to do something for the family. That's all.
You say you're an Iraq combat veteran and you're doing what now?
I'm doing this for the Floyd family. I believe in just goodwill for people, man. They're going to incur a lot of expenses. I don't know what that's going to look like. I'm probably one part of the ripple in the water, but hey, it's worth it. You can just throw that in that bucket right there.
Wow. So what made you do that decision?
I just went out to Costco, and I know everybody's on the edge, and I know people right now just want to believe in something right now, All of the leaders are doing something different. Their mayors and governors aren't even on the same page with one another. Myself and many other veterans, man. I mean, we're grateful we even came out from the sandbox, but that doesn't mean we live life every day to the fullest. Before we went, we just try and we struggle, but at the same time, we love America. We love this country. We believe in our Asians that are here, our blacks, our whites, anybody, it doesn't matter. And what happened to Greg Floyd should have never happened. There was too many officers on that scene, even the dispatchers and everybody that can hear it on the radios. I mean, it's a shame. What happened to that man? I mean, come on. The bottom line is, if it was a chain of command from the top down, they all should step down. Allow new people to come in and give the people of Minneapolis and Hennepin County something to believe in. And people like Amy Klobuchar and all that making statements. What were they doing when they worked here? She just as much a part of this as the next person. But what? Because it's election year and now they all want to show face? Anybody can go on Twitter and write something. It's about doing. And then who are you, sir?
Yeah. My name is Nico from Unicorn Riot.
Okay.
It's good to meet you.
Yeah, you
Unicorn Riot.
Be
thank
safe,
you for
stay
speaking.
close to the Lord and your family.
Thank you for doing what you're doing.
And I guess he plans on needing a leg in the future. So
Oh, yeah.
gotta keep a leg up around here,
Keep a leg up.
Sorry about the focus. The local police are doing massive protest movements. So that's what's happened here. From my understanding, they haven't called the National Guard. And again, I'm here on the street, so I do not know. The police have concrete barricaded their whole precinct. They're really bent on protecting their precinct at all costs. And the people of Minneapolis seem bent on
telling them that they don't care about their cause. They will smash their windows. They will burn buildings adjacent to the precincts. And if they had the chance, I think everybody knows what the community would do at this point. The anger is just palpable. You can feel it, you can see it. The zoom in, I was trying to get a better view, but it was okay.
You know him, Fox News contributor, former police officer at the New York City Police Department. Dan, really just said very accurately what we've known so far. But explain, if you would, because he just mentioned at the end that that was not a technique that is taught. Explain what standard operating procedure is when you've got somebody, you're in the process of arresting them, they are handcuffed. Forget about the knee on the guy's neck, but they are handcuffed and they're saying, I can't breathe and don't kill me. All right, what is standard procedure opposed to what actually happened?
Well, Steve, various law enforcement departments, me having been with the NYPD and the Secret Service, they have, generally speaking, different use of force continuums, but the guidelines and the skeleton of it are generally the same. And candidly, Steve, when you're in the street working this job, as I did for many years, you're not really thinking about a use of force chart and an XY axis. It's really more helpful to think in general rules. Why do I say that? Because one of the general rules I was taught as a young police officer in New York.
Sound like you're coming up with some excuses, bruh. Fox News, right?
Don't ever forget this. When those handcuffs are on and the resistance is stopped by the subject, that fight is over. That fight that day is over. Steve, it does not matter what happened before. You could have just arrested Charles Manson. You could have just arrested a serial killer. It doesn't matter. We are professional law enforcement officers. The overwhelming majority of men and women are dedicated patriots who are on the front line of freedom here domestically. They would not do this. But what happened here, I'm sorry, is a disgrace. You can't watch that video and not have a piece of you ripped apart. That for 6 minutes, what are you doing for 6 minutes on his neck? And then let me make a couple other points, if you don't mind. Listen, forget the politics. Sadly, in this country, everything has to be. This is not political. This is a humanity issue. You want to do that stuff? Let the disgraceful, media hacks do that who are interested in. This is a humanity issue. I ask you one simple question to anyone watching this: if that was your son, what would you say? That's it. You look at that and tell me if that was your kid. You would be horrified. You would have done anything to save his life. I'm sorry, I don't mean, but one more point here too, having been involved heavily in tactics when I was an instructor at the Secret Service Academy. You have two parades of horribles here. Number one, you have a man on the ground, proned out. He can't turn his head backwards. He can barely breathe. Then you put your weight on top of him, and then you concentrate your weight on his neck.
Right.
I mean, look at that video. If you guys can play it, that would be really. Look at his. This is key.
Right.
Look, his left knee is on the neck. I want you to look at his right foot. His right foot is moving. Having spent 20 years ground fighting in jiu-jitsu, that should tell you something. That should tell you that his weight is not balanced on his right foot because his right foot's moving. Where's his weight?
On his neck.
Left knee.
On his knee and then on his neck.
I mean, no, I'm surprised he's lived 6 minutes. I'm genuinely stunned he lived that long. There's no excuse for this. And I've gotten a ton of emails this morning from my law enforcement friends, both active and retired, who are equally horrified by this.
You know, Dan, I was watching you last night and you were talking with Sean about y'all both are in mixed martial arts, how that carotid artery is the place you go in order to take someone down and try to actually kill someone if they're harming you. But you're right, it's a humanity issue. I'm a mom. It breaks my heart because I think about what his mom, I don't know his situation, his family situation. But William just said he leaves behind 2 little girls and a girlfriend. This is a human being, you know, and law enforcement, most of them are good guys, good women. They don't go out, you know, trying to say, I'm going to kill someone today, or I'm going to use my force and my power. Most of them go and do the right thing. But I agree with you. What about the guy standing next to him? There were 4 officers that were fired. The guy standing next to him is just watching this for 6 minutes. Why was he doing that for 6 minutes? What was his plan of action? Was it
Nothing.
to kill him, to make him pass out?
You know, Ainsley, I think you and I are saying the same thing. We're trying to answer a question we can't answer because you can't, in your head, grasp like why you would sit there and watch this. I mean, when I first saw this on Twitter, I think it was a couple days ago, someone had sent it to me and said, look at this. I watched it and I thought the same thing, like all right, listen, maybe you thought for a second after a minute that there was a fight going on. When you're a cop, listen, everything is tunnel vision. It is. I've been there. I know what it's like. Everything is horse blinders. Your peripheral vision goes, you're under high stress, your adrenaline's pumping. Maybe for 30 seconds or a minute, you thought there was a struggle going on and you didn't just pay. But after 6 minutes, the crowd is telling him, hey, this guy is dying.
Dan,
I just don't understand.
Let me add one more thing.
Yeah.
What we don't know, I don't want to speculate though, because we don't know what his intentions were. And we haven't seen the video. We first see that video of him on the sidewalk, and then we see the next video, someone filming it of him down on the ground. So we don't know what happened in between.
Yeah.
How don't you don't know what happened in between?
There may be video that emerges later. Ainsley, even if it shows he was resisting, that is necessary to tell the story, but it's not necessary for the use of force event. Listen to me. The golden rule: when the handcuffs are on and the resistance stops, it's over.
Right.
The fight is over. These are professional law enforcement officers. That's it. End of story.
So, Dan, I from the law enforcement perspective, I think it's inexcusable. From the experts to the layman, it just looks horrific. Now, the reason why there's riots across the country, Benjamin Watson touched on it last year, African-American tight end who spent the last 15 years in the NFL, who's a great guest on our show. He said, this is racist. This is the Achilles heel since our inception. It took 3 constitutional amendments to make a certain part of our populace full citizens. It took civil rights amendments, even make them citizens, to give them the right to vote. Is this about, and the reason why there's riots in Los Angeles, is this about fundamental racism in America, or is this bad law enforcement from a cop that seems to have done a terrible thing?
Brian, all I can tell you from my experience in law enforcement over a decade at both the federal and city level in New York and with the Secret Service is I have never in my life, I'm not kidding, this isn't like virtue signaling for TV so I can impress the liberals watching. I have never in my life seen even a scintilla of someone indicating any racist tendencies. I haven't. And I was there. I experienced. You can challenge that all you want. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm not saying there aren't bad apples in every arena, law enforcement included. I'm telling you, I have never seen it. Matter of fact, I've seen the inverse. I worked in the 7-5 precinct in East New York, which is largely black and Hispanic. And if anything, I saw people being extra careful to not be accused of racism. That's a fact. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just telling you from my experience, I have not seen that, institutionally speaking.
All right. Dan Bongino joined us today from Stuart, Florida. Dan, thank you very much.